Know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Evil politicians spread lies on him, but we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Fire can't cool. How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses and nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause when them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. They promise to put all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. For rely on him, you know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Go ahead.
Greetings, man. Just greetings and salutations.
Okay. Family, friends, supporters. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University. The provost, yours truly, and your adjunct professor over there. We are here for another educational Saturday. We're here to teach the people and sprinkle it with a little bit of entertainment. We continue to pray for our brothers and sisters and their families who are suffering in Melissa's aftermath. And I just can't say it enough because we're still getting videos showing, depicting the plight of the people and also indicating that the resources are not getting to where they should. They're not reaching all the people. And for some of the people, it's a crying shame because they should have been assisted a while back. It's over a month now, right? Right, Professor? It's about more than a month, 4 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Since the hurricane, right? And
the 26th was a month.
Okay, there you go. So we continue to pray for them people. Let me see, Kevin, we have up oh yeah, we do. I don't know why I'm even bother ask. Here we go, people. Yeah. Again, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. And today we're going to do that. Today we're going to walk through a couple contracts, and we're going to talk to you about the different types of contracts, when they should be issued, when they shouldn't be issued. And we're going to show you how the government issued a few. We're just going to look at two. And then you will see, nobody can fool you after today. And we're also preparing you for what's going on and what's to come, because a lot of contracts will be issued, and we believe that they won't be issued according to the rules. But what we hope that by them watching this program, they'll tighten up a little bit, they'll cover their tracks, and at least give the impression that they're doing things by the book, because God knows they haven't. They haven't. So that's it. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Because you're not getting it in school, but you have to come around to the university here, and of course, and it's open, free of charge to everyone. Turn a blind eye to corruption. You know the rest. We don't do that around here. Here's what we're going to be focused on today. Everybody's been talking about, Professor, they've been talking about the loan, the proposed loan to JPS. But we also have some other contracts that we want you to pay attention to. Rooms on the beach. How many of you remember that? The rural school bus program. How many of you have forgotten that? Patterns and practices. We're just going to show you some things that we've noticed. Methods used to obtain money from the taxpayers without accountability. We were thinking about rephrasing that to say, we'll show you fatigue from the government, but it's actually being done by the government. So what we are trying to show you now is how the government is stealing from you. Believe me, you're going to find it quite interesting. And to that extent, Kevin and I, we're going to do a little, what do you call it, Kevin? It's not a skit. It's a reenactment. How about that? It's like a reenactment. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can call it a reenactment.
It's a reenactment. We're going to be... it's a reenactment, and we're going to be looking at two contracts, but there's one that we're going to do a reenactment, and Kevin is going to ask me, role playing, he's going to ask me some questions, and I'm going to give you answers that the minister gave, and we have the source of that. That's the Integrity Commission report. And then I'm going to ask Kevin some question, but I don't laugh off of Kevin's role, because he'll be playing the role of a woman. And that is the prime minister. Sorry, the minister of health.
What
friend,
a Freudian.
Friend in quotation. So, right. So, and we think that is going to resonate with you, because instead of us sitting here and just putting it up and talking about, you're going to see how the interview was conducted and how the interview should have been conducted and what the result should have been. But we're only going to be looking at two contracts today. We have many more to look at, but we've got time. And then ODPEM, incompetence exposed by a proper interrogation techniques. A lot of you reached out to me and said, hey, we haven't seen any videos from you regarding Mr. Ashley Sauls, the gentleman from South Africa. He's in the parliament, a parliamentarian who's very adept at asking questions in the vein of like an FBI type interview. Well, we have him today. We're gonna show an interview, probably not the whole thing, and then we're gonna switch and show you the Jamaican version of it. There are people in Jamaica who can do this. We don't. The only problem is that the reason why we go to South Africa and the US and elsewhere is because we don't have enough people in Jamaica doing it. But there's one person, a standout, who did it recently, and we're going to show you that. So we're going to just kind of like use the Ashley Saul's video to segue, to transition to the Jamaican video. There you go. 2 hours there. There it is. Integrity Commission, played by yours truly. And Market Me will be played by Kevin Steele. Market Me, when we say Market Me, it will be in the person of Miss Lindsay McDonough. And I'm sure she have some friends listening. And we're going to tell them they should actually watch. It's going to be quite interesting. Will also be entertaining as well, because when you hear some of the answers given, and for those of you who haven't read the report, and I'll hazard a guess to say most of you have not read the report, well, we will do the report for you. We will do a part of the report for you today. So sit back, relax, be entertained, but most of all, pay attention and be educated. Professor.
Yes, sir. Over here multitasking, let me pull this back up. But as I do that, greetings and salutations, everybody. Do want to remind you that immediately following this broadcast at 8 p.m., I'm on wearing a different hat. I put on my chef hat, being a musical chef, that is. Mixing up some tunes for you in the Saturday Stew, happening on Reggae Global Radio from 8 until 10, before I hand things back over to the Provost in a completely different capacity, more relaxed, we'll say. And blessings, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, there's a reason behind the white shirt and the black tie. Okay, there's a reason behind it. We'll get to that in a moment. But yes, the Saturday Stew comes up right after this broadcast, and then at 10 we have Relax with the Rebel. Now, just real quickly to go through some engagement norms. Please, I can't say please enough, can't emphasize it enough. Be active listeners. Not just that you're here waiting for something to respond to. Actively participate by being involved, by listening, taking notes if you have to, in order to make your comments and ask questions. We see the comments and, well, some of the comments and questions in the chat. We're prompted to look at some of them. If there's an echo, if for any reason, probably I should check and see what's going on over there. If for any reason anybody is acting in such a way that is a distraction or a disruption, I think the echo is coming from your side, Provost. Okay. All right. So if anybody is acting up in any way that is distracting and disrespectful, please know there are moderators that will remove you. If I see you doing it, I might address it. The moderators will not address it. They'll just remove you. So it is important that when we're commenting from a constructive standpoint so that we can contribute positively to this broadcast. Be present so that we can use the time effectively and not have to go over too much too often. And most of all, do try to enjoy the experience. We try our best to enjoy our experience as we're here. We encourage you to do the same. All right? So, I think I covered the basics. We'll pick up on a few other things as we go along. I had sent you a message just now. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah. check. It's in the. I'll send you a message where it is. It's in the email.
Okay.
My email.
Oh, okay. So I'll just have to retrieve that. But as we're here, let me go ahead and make some prep works on the provost side. Because there's some things we have to set him up for. Other things we can just let him loose.
Directions.
Dean Campbell says it's long time we need to move up some people like those that are distractors and disruptors. I want to say something too to our supporters and those who choose to use our platform in times of their needs. I don't know how the provost feels about it, and sometimes how he feels about it and how he acts on it are maybe two different things. But I'll tell you this coming from me. There are some times that people show up when they need something done and no other time. We have made invitations and they don't show. And then when they want something, we might get a message from them or a quick comment from them about something. We live in a community, and how community works is that I have a cup of sugar and you need a spoon of sugar. I will share my cup of sugar with you for you to take a spoon. You have some lime and I need some lemon juice, some lime juice. Now you provide me a squeeze of your lime. You see how this works? So we work together to a common goal. Don't come using or asking for help from this platform if you're not a part of building or the objective of this platform. We are here to help the Jamaican public, no matter where in the world they are, to understand what is happening in Jamaica and what they can do in this time of need where the western part of Jamaica is in dire straits. Yes, we'll do whatever we can to pull together to make sure that we can provide some services. Don't just come here asking us to share your objective if you're not a part of our objective. We do have a mission here too where we're trying to help some people. So if you're not a part of saying, hey, OJLDF is doing something, yes, but OJLDF is doing something too. If you can share a word or give a contribution, let's do so. All right? That is just for those that know themselves, that don't use this platform for anything but to share their own needs. Provost. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go and hold on some things over here as the provost addresses some other things. All right. Okay, so yeah, the majority of you get to understand where I'm coming from with this and are in agreement. So if you know anybody that has a movement, has a program running where they're looking for some help and they can contribute to this, yeah, let's talk. But don't use us, or don't try to, because I am the guy who will let whatever you send unable to show. Provost, you back?
Yes, sir. Yes, Professor. Let me continue. Point well made. No argument there. Them belly full, but we hungry. See it there. See it there. Some of you are trying to call me now, and it's difficult for me to take any phone calls right now because we're off and we're running. Somebody asked a question a while ago, Kevin, in the chat. They asked if there is something we can do with the Integrity Commission. What kind of relief you can seek if they don't act within. Hold on a second. I'm looking for the question here. Oh, here it is. I wanted to know if the IC did not exercise their duties. Is there a way to course correct them? Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, it's you can go to, depending on what the issue is, you can go to the Auditor General. You can, of course, make your appeal to the Integrity Commission itself. You can also make your appeal to, and don't laugh when I tell you this, but the DPP. You can make your you can make your appeal there with the DPP. Additionally, you can write to Parliament, because there are some parliamentarians that they don't have a particular liking for the Integrity Commission and the way it's conducting business, and they will take it on as a project. So there's several ways you can. Last not least, probably the most expensive is you can take them to court. You know, if they're supposed to do something, they're not doing it, you can file a mandamus writ, and that writ will actually have the court compelling them to do what they're supposed to do. So that's that. Professor, go on, talk to me. Let me just take this.
Okay. Now, it's interesting that you say that, because my understanding is that this is one of the reasons there is such a thing called separation of powers. But I guess we'll address that in a moment.
All right, let me see what else we have here.
Oh, so before you go on, the whole concept of separation of powers wouldn't that address the whole idea of, if the IC isn't doing what they're supposed to do, where do you turn?
Yeah, but see, Jamaica doesn't subscribe to that notion. In fact, in principle, yes. If you go and you look at the documents will clearly speak to that issue: separation of powers between the legislative, executive, and the judiciary.
Judicial.
It will clearly speak to those separation issues. But then when you look at how it's implemented, when you look at, as I'm saying, when you look at how it works, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because power is centralized in the executive. Power is centralized in the prime minister and his office. That's where power is. It's not with the legislature. It's not with the people in parliament. It's not with the judges. It's clearly within the purview of the prime minister and his office, and the people who make up the executive branch, the cabinet. That's where power is centralized, and that's a big problem. But all right, see, Kevin, I'm going to use the mouse anyway. Them belly full, but we're hungry. See this? This is a listen now, a foreshadowing of things to come, because the people in out the west, well, actually, it's not only the people out in the west, but particularly the people out in the west. They're really hungry. The government is not doing enough to deal with the hunger problem. Them also thirsty. Them also homeless. Them not have no clothes. So this is a perfect storm for people to start standing up for their rights. And in the fullness of time, we may see it. We don't know. We may see it. Let me just switch over and move this again.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I was about to say one big up producer Joan, because she's focused on out west, and so she's saying, look, we have some quotes from our people that we can use to describe what's going on out there, and also what's likely to happen. Cold ground was my bed last night, and rock was my pillow too. That is so true for many, many, many families and individuals out west. Sad. You will never find justice in a world where criminals make the rules. And actually, it's a little bit more than that. It's where criminals apply the rules, because the rules are supposed to be for one Jamaica. So it doesn't matter where you live. Whatever law that's created by the parliament. And when I say law created by the parliament, you know what I'm talking about. It's a bill that goes to the Governor General, and then depending on when the responsible minister says, okay, fine, it is law, that's when it's law. But you know what I'm talking about. And by the way, we are going to, it's a university. So we're going to have midterm. We're going to have midterm examinations. And so I want all of you, we'll keep you posted, but we're going to have an exam, because all the things that we're talking about, I know a lot of you are taking down notes, making notes, but some of you are not. You're just listening. And I'm telling you right now, we're going to fail the test. We're going to fail it. We're going to give we're going to give a quiz. We're going to give a quiz, not today, but we're going to give a quiz, and we want you to respond. And the quiz, it's not trying to trick you. It's about things that we've been talking about, things that you said, boy, I may never know. And I'm so glad that you guys are bringing this out. Right. So we want to make sure that the information stays with you. We don't want you to just listen on a Saturday and say, yes, this is good stuff, and then you completely forget. We want you to have it uppermost in your minds. So to that extent, we're going to have a little quiz, and we'll see. I hope all of you can get 100, like how Miss P's son got 100 on his civics test. And he attributed that to the program, to the programs, I should say, this one and the one on Wednesday. So there we go. If something can corrupt you, you're corrupted already. This reminds me, Kevin, of the one with Ashley Sauce, where we said to the administrator, they said, "Are you corrupt?" And the guy said no. He said, "Are you corrupted?" And the guy said no. We're going to get to Ashley Sauce. All right, then we'll move this. And do some quick notices here. Relax with the Rebel. We've been planning for this night for quite some time. The professor has assured me that everything is in working order. We won't have any issues tonight. So you need to tune in. We're gonna play some dance music, from American dance music from the 80s, 70s, 80s. I know there's a lot of you out there who fall within that age group, who grew up during that time period. Plus, we have the younger ones who they have an interest in this kind of music as well. So we're asking everybody to tune in tonight at 10, right after DJ Kevin Stew. After his session is over, I'll be on, and we're going to be playing some 70s, 80s dance music, and you can't afford to miss it. It's going to be a treat. So prepare yourselves. Easy Like Sunday. That's our Sunday program. Just stay tuned. A lot of the people that we had planned on interviewing, they're busy doing concerts and this, to benefit the folks out in Western Jamaica. We understand that. So I trust that you'll understand as well. Come Reason with Rattigan, that's our Wednesday program. Again, it was another impactful program, very engaging. We opened the phone lines early and we got quite a few phone calls. Big up yourself, Miss P, and all of the folks who called in, expressing their opinions on what's going on in Jamaica. We look forward to hearing from you again, and we love hearing from you because I'm learning when you ask some of these questions and you make the comments, learning from you, and sometimes your questions kind of jog my memory and I'll remember something, or it will point me in a certain direction and I start thinking about a particular subject that I hadn't, in a way that I hadn't thought about. So we look forward to that. And if you haven't joined, if you haven't joined us on a Wednesday night, make a little sacrifice and tune in. You're going to be entertained, you're going to be educated. The other way around, though, you're going to be educated and there is some entertainment there as well. And then you get a chance to participate. So it's entertainment, education, engagement. Not in that order, though. All right. Shout out. Thanks to all of you for your support, your continuing support, financial, moral, and otherwise. And again, prayers for all of those affected by Melissa directly or indirectly. Prayers also for Papa Trevor, Ma Jean, Bunny Jump, who's up on the live, my brother. Big up yourself. Joanna Marie, the big boss, real boss. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, big up yourself. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh. Get well soon, my brethren. Get well soon. We're praying for you. Anita, likewise. Get well soon. Get well soon. Lakaleka, glad to know that you're out and about. And we're still saying prayers for you. And of course, Roland, our brethren from the UK. I want to say big up the production crew. A little bit under the weather, but nothing that the production crew cannot handle. And we look forward to having you rejoin us as soon as possible. And I talk like tomorrow, production crew. But big up yourself, get well soon. And of course, last, certainly not least, producer Joan. Big up yourself, Joan. And thank you for all that you do. And Wednesday night, how could I forget? Big up producer. Oh my God, OT. Yeah. OT. Yeah, she's not afraid to get to it. I was saying. OT won't not join church, except when it's time for her to come on the show, Professor.
Then she mute.
Yeah, if you want to get OT nervous, just say, OT, listen, there's something here that we think you should come on and explain to the people. Oh, OT sick, OT can't remember, OT I forgot, have things to do, all kinds of excuses. But
I tell you this though, you get her talking, especially about what she's passionate about.
Yeah,
you get a wealth of information.
Yeah,
you can't pay for that.
And folks, we're very fortunate around here because the team that we have, it's a small team that we have, very, very small, unlike the team we had before, very small. And it's a group of dedicated people, and we're not afraid of saying things to each other. We don't talk about each other behind our backs. We don't. Whatever we have to say, we just say it. And them tell me I'm crazy all the time, particularly on a Saturday morning when we tell them, hey, we have all of these things that we have to do. And them say, yeah, right. And sometimes my ideas get shot down, but that's fine because we're working with the same goal in mind, the same purpose. And we're very fortunate to have the team that we have. And OT, you're not going to know it. Big up yourself. You're not going nowhere. All right. And I tell you, people, it's amazing to just watch the personalities, because our two producers, like Joan is very calm, very laid back, very strategic. If Joan wants you to do something, now you know this, Professor. Joan
Yep.
sometimes will come out and say it directly, but she'll say it in such a way that you know that, okay, this is what she wants you to do. Whereas OT, on the other hand, OT just I gotta tell you. OT,
Yeah.
OT just I gotta tell you, you know. And sometimes you have to say to OT, hold on, you know. But OT is the more direct one. She boom. Joan is really laid back. I mean, I wish all of you could get to know her. She's well, both of them, so that you could see the difference in the personalities. But we work, you know. And so, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you. I don't say it enough, but I want to say thank you to Joan and OT. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So, Professor, you have the thing. Can I
Okay, so
just
people
do what you have
bear
to
with
do?
us.
I can go and talk to the people and do what you have to do, and then
Well,
we'll finish.
what I'm saying to you is what I pulled from you earlier um is just the overview. Both of these is just the overview.
Oh, hold on a second. You don't see
So
that there's no attachment.
no,
Keep going. Goodness
no,
gracious.
right.
All right, can you attach the document then?
It's you don't have it in this email. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, do you want me to go and send it to you? Here's
Yeah,
let's tell the let's tell the people what's going on. Folks, here's what's going on. The skit that we, or the what we call it, Kevin, the
the
reenactment.
reenactment. The
Yeah,
reenactment.
the reenactment of the interviews conducted by the Integrity Commission, or the Commission, because we have removed integrity from their name, by the Commission. We wanted to show you how silly and foolish the interview was, and this is based on the information that they put out to the public. And because the minister, he's involved, Minister Tufton, and his friend, quotation marks, his friend, she's also involved. What we wanted to do was to have a female play that role, and we had somebody for the role, but unfortunately, something came up and just made it impossible to continue
Right.
with it. But the producers and Kevin and I, we decided that let's just move forward with it. So Kevin is going to play the role. So and in order to stay out, to keep out of trouble, we're going to read. So I will ask Kevin some questions. The answers have been provided by the principals already,
Right.
in the report. And so it's important for you to hear the words. What happened is that I was supposed to send Kevin the document itself, and I thought I did. I just sent him some other things. I didn't send him the document.
The
So now,
overview. The overview.
right, I
Yeah.
sent him the overview. I didn't send him the document. So I just have to run and get the document to Kevin. So Kevin, hold on.
So
Let me
yeah.
just.
In the
I don't want to end
meantime,
up running around like one of our former colleagues get up and start running up and people.
so in the meantime,
Here I come.
there's yeah, there is a couple of things that associates have asked us to make mention of, and so what I will do is I will pull up some of that, and I do indulge, I do crave your indulgence, and thank you for your patience in the midst of it all. This is very fluid, what we do, and so whenever snafus like this happen, just the mere fact that y'all can work with us as we work through it, it's greatly appreciated. One of the things I want to bring to your attention, I feel like an octopus. Can I tell you? It's a good thing I know how to play drums, so there's some independence. Trying to add this here to the screen. I'm sharing from my computer here and then to Will's computer, from which I will then share with you. And so we have, okay, here we go. Honoring Rastafari elders and community, Hurricane Melissa relief. Now, this is coming to us from the Chief Curry and the Office of Chief Curry and the Maroons, or elders in the Rastafari community, the ancient ones who authored the movement to wellness, vegan, vegetarian, alkaline juicing, and herbalism through Ital Livity, deserve to be honored in this time of urgency with needed support toward food security and access to wellness products and daily essentials such as clean water access and shelter. 100% of monetary donations go towards providing food, essential needs, and help toward building back stronger. Elders who are immobile and without access to other aid will be supported. Supporting the elders is the greatest homage. Youth and families in need will also be supported. And there's a Zelle or a Cash App that's associated with this. This is Nana Juice 9 is the Cash App, and Najara Music, Najara Music at gmail.com is the Zelle that's associated with it. This one, you can go ahead and remove that one from the screen, from the display. Yeah, you can go ahead and remove it. There are a couple of more that I have there, but you can go ahead and remove this one. It was one of the things that was sent to us. One of the other things I want to mention is for those who would want to get something on the broadcast on a Saturday, please reach out to us well in advance, because we spend time putting together and arranging things for our broadcast. This was one of the things that came late. So I'm just sneaking it in. But add this to the note that I gave you earlier about members of the community being community partners. These things are important to the growth and development of our community as we know it. Provost.
Yeah. If you can move this for me, because I have two things I want to put up now. Move this one here. The one that you just showed.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to show some. All right, folks. The first thing we're going to show is this. We just want to lively up the place a little bit before we dig deep into the material. And one of the things we've heard, one of the complaints we have heard constantly is that the opposition is weak. We are part of the opposition, but they're talking about the elected opposition. They're saying that it is weak, that they don't speak out, they cower to the power of the chair. And Dr. Dawes, he enlightened us as to why certain things happen. One of them is that he said that because they've doubled the number of seats that they have in the House of Representatives, that doesn't mean that they've doubled their power. They still don't have the majority. So if a vote requires a majority in the House, that's it. The governing party is going to win that fight. It's only where they need a 2/3 vote, like something having to do with the Constitution, that they can put up a fight. That's one, right? Because you have 14 more members, that doesn't mean that you have increased power, or your power has increased any, except where there's a need for a 2/3 vote. And from what I've been told, most of the votes in Parliament, they don't require 2/3 vote. The second one he said is sometimes they have to be careful how you speak to about a ministry or a minister, because you're dependent on them to provide resources to you so that you can extend the assistance to your constituency. And there is always the possibility, the thought that if I'm not careful, then, you know, I won't get a road, you know, or I won't get repairs done to a school, or they won't fix the main, or something to that effect. So they have to be careful. But I just want to show them how a small group of people can wield a whole heap of power in a similar construct as Jamaica. And folks, you know where I'm going with this. All right, hold on. Let me bring it up here. Let me bring it up. I'm going to show you two videos. Two videos. That one. Let me get the other one. And I just saw, I want to see one up, Kevin. I just saw two of them, and one of them gone now.
Which one was it?
This is one. There's a second one. Hold on.
I hope you didn't hit delete.
No, there's one that's like this. Oh no, here it is. Sorry, people. User error. All right, here we go. So now we're gonna show you how a small group of people in a parliament, how they can actually chart a course for themselves in parliament. One of the reasons, and I've said it before, one of the reasons is you have to know the rules by which you play. You can't just get up in parliament and just make an emotional appeal to the chair, because if you do, you're going to get shut down. They have standing rules, and they have a book called the Robert's Rules of Order, which, you know, it governs how certain presentations are made in a public setting like this, like in, you know, a government type thing. You have to know the rules. If you don't know the rules, and one time I saw where Isaac Buchanan stood on a rule, and it forced the speaker to reach for the book. That is what you want to do. When you challenge the chair using the rules, it's difficult for them to just press the button and cut you off. It's difficult. But if you get up and you start arguing, you know, emotion from just purely emotional arguments, then they can just cut you off and just say, all right, they say, get to your point. And then you say, blah, 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 and they cut you off. All right, enough said. Here we go. And the first one I'm going to play is the president of the country. The president is speaking at the State of the Union address. He's telling the country what's going on. And you're going to see how these people, they don't want him to speak, because what happened, the Constitutional Court had ruled that he had violated certain things. And they're saying then he wasn't fit to address them. He wasn't, even though he was president, they're saying, no, you're not fit. You're not. Could you imagine that in Jamaica, if come the 8th, or it should have happened before, where the opposition could get up and say, no, we're not going to listen to you because you're unfit to lead this country. And just imagine if that, and then they start, enough said. Here we go.
I now call on the Honorable the President to address the joint sitting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
the
Madam
Speaker
Speaker
of the National
Madam
Assembly,
Chairperson of the NCOP.
the
I
Chairperson
rise in terms
of the National Council of
the Joint
Provinces,
Rules 14LA,
Deputy Speaker
14S1,
of the National Assembly,
14UB,
and the Deputy
read together with the
Chairperson
Constitution.
Honorable President,
of the NCOP.
Honorable President, please take your seat. Honorable Gadi.
Sit down, President.
No. Honorable Gadi,
Thank
you are on a point of order. What is your point of order?
Read together, Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson of the NCOP.
Madam Speaker. Madam
I rise
Speaker,
in terms of the
on a
Joint
point of
Rules
order, please.
14LA,
On a point of order, please.
14S1,
No.
and 14
Honorable Gadi,
UB.
just hold your horses. Honorable member, I have recognized Honorable Gadi. He is still on a point of order. You therefore cannot interrupt a member on the floor who has been recognized. Honorable Gadi, please continue.
Thank you very much. Let me start afresh so that he can hear me well. Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson of the NCOP, I rise in terms of the rules of the joint sitting, Rule 14 LA, Rule 14 S1, and Rule 14 UB, read together with the Constitution, Section 2, Section 87, Section 49(2), and 51, Paragraph A and B. Read together with the judgment of the Constitutional Court on the 31st of March 2016, which held that the failure by the National Assembly to hold the President accountable by ensuring that he complies with the remedial action taken against him
Honorable
is
Bongo, take your
inconsistent
seat. This member is on the floor.
with its
Take your seat.
obligations.
Honorable Bongo, take your seat. We recognize this member. We will rule on the matter. Please proceed, Honorable Gadi.
It did not go to do his population.
Don't concentrate on him. You are on a point of order.
The failure by the National Assembly to hold the President accountable by ensuring that he complies with the remedial action taken against him is inconsistent with its obligation to scrutinize and oversee the executive action and to maintain oversight of the exercise of executive powers by the President, and in particular, to give urgent attention to or intervene by facilitating his compliance with the remedial action. The Constitutional Court therefore issued an order that the resolution absolving the President from compliance with the remedial action taken by the Public Protector is invalid and set aside. The Constitutional Court therefore went further to say the President has failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution
Honorable
as the supreme
Gadi.
law of the land.
Honorable Gadi.
And accordingly,
Honorable Gadi.
both the President
Honorable
and the
Gadi.
presiding officers are in contempt of the Constitutional Court provision.
What is the point of order?
The point of order is that the President is in breach of his oath of office, failed to uphold, defend, and promote the Constitution.
Honorable Gadi.
And accordingly, he cannot
Honorable
address
Gadi.
honorable members, including the
Honorable
presiding
Gadi.
officers, who they themselves have failed to hold the President accountable.
Honorable
Accordingly,
Gadi.
the Parliament is in contempt of the Constitutional Court, just as
Honorable Gadi, you are now addressing the House. You are not making a point of order.
Thank you. You have heard, Madam Chairperson of the NCOP. I will await your ruling. Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority.
Honorable Chair, Section 89 of the Constitution of the Republic says this Parliament can remove the President from office by a substantive motion that can be brought before this Parliament. Indeed, Honorable Chair, substantive motions have been brought before this Parliament for the removal of the President, not only on the basis of Section 89, but also on the basis of the Section 102 of our Constitution, vote of no confidence on the President. This Parliament has decided not to remove the President on the basis of what the honorable member is raising today. We can't go back to that motion that has not been properly put before this House. It was put before this House. The motion was defeated in this House. I therefore request, Honorable Chair, that you rule that we continue with the business of this House and reject this frivolous intervention by this honorable member. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair of the NCOP.
Honorable Malema, I have yet to rule on this motion.
Yeah, but you gave him an opportunity to speak before you even ruled on Godrej. Because the procedure is such that you must rule on Godrej before you give him. You broke your own rules, so allow me to proceed.
Proceed.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. Sitting in front of us here, it's a man who
Are you
is
on a point of
incorrigible.
order?
An incorrigible man, rotten to the core. And that has been found by the Constitutional Court. And this story that
Honorable
you voted,
Malema.
the story
Honorable
that you
Malema.
voted majority to keep him, it doesn't make him
Honorable
a
Malema,
legitimate
that is
president.
not a point of order.
But listen to me. Listen to me.
That is not a point of order.
But listen to me, Chairperson of the NCOP.
Yes, but that is not a point of order. You put on a point of order.
What was Jackson's point? What was Jackson's point? What was Jackson's point?
Can I rule?
No, but let me speak. What was Jackson's point? We're all equal here. We're all equal here. Jackson did not rise on any point in the rules. I'm following in what he did. So I'm saying the fact that majority voted against the Constitutional Court decision, it doesn't make the majority right. You voted against the Nkandla report, which was declared by the Constitutional Court that you were in breach of the Constitution by voting against the Nkandla report. You are repeating the same mistake. Mr. Zuma has collapsed his own right to address us here.
Can you allow
Mr.
us to
President,
rule on the matter?
441 soldiers will never protect you.
Point of order.
Your problem is not outside.
Point of order.
Your problem is here. There is no soldier here. Here we're elected.
Honorable
You
Malema.
want soldiers to defend
Honorable
you.
Malema.
Let soldiers form a political party and come
Honorable
in.
Malema, please
Inside
take
here
your
they will
seat.
never come in. So we are not
Honorable
going to allow
Malema.
the president to address us.
Honorable Malema, please take your seat. Honorable members, allow us to rule on this matter. Honorable Gadi rose on a point of order. I actually ruled and said what he was doing was addressing the House and that it was not a point of order. I then allowed the chief whip of the majority party to speak. I want to say, in the first place, the matter the honorable members are dealing with, the members of the National Assembly, has nothing to do with the business of today. It has nothing to do with the joint sitting. It would have nothing to do with the joint sitting because the NCOP is not empowered to elect or to impeach.
On a point of order.
I am on the floor. I am addressing this House. You will take your seat. And therefore, this point that the joint sitting must now address the business which belongs solely to the National Assembly cannot be viewed as a serious point of order by this joint sitting. And therefore, I wish to dismiss all these points of orders.
Chair of the NCOP, can you recognize me?
You are recognized.
Madam Chair, let me just remind you, when Honorable Gadi stood up, he cited for Section 14 of the Joint Rules. he didn't go with the rules book of the National Assembly. So we have a rule book that is called a joint rules book 14C, and he quoted so many sections in that rule book, and he combined it with a section in the Constitution. So we would like to stress that, Madam Chair, since this Parliament have not taken the advice of the Constitutional Court, that rules that the President have violated his oath of office. So therefore the President cannot address this House until you, presiding officer, you pronounce on the procedures to discipline the President.
Honorable Sope, that's not a point of order. I have ruled on this matter. Please allow us to continue with the business of the day. I want to urge honorable members not to stand up and repeat what is really not a point of order. If members of the National Assembly wish to carry on with this matter, please do it when it is your own sitting at your own time.
On a point of order, Chair.
You are on a point of order, Honorable Mkwili.
Ke a leboga modula stilo. Ke mayana ke go gakolola gore ka di 25 tsa October 2016 you allowed Mr. Zuma to address the National Council of Provinces, and we made it a point to you, Honorable Chair, to say,
is that a point of order, Honorable
Mkwili? Point of order.
That is not a point of order.
What you replied on, you said this is not the business of the NCOP.
Yes.
Let me remind you that Parliament is made up of two houses, meaning the NA and the National Council of Provinces.
Please take your seat. That's not a point of order.
It's a point of order. Listen to what I'm saying.
That is not a point of order.
To speak.
Please take
so we
your
are not
seat.
going to allow this man to address us. He's
Honorable
not honorable.
Mkwili,
I've
take your
taken
seat.
my oath.
That is not a point of order. Honorable members, the business of the National Assembly and the business of the NCOP and the mandates as per the Constitution that you are so...
Chairperson of the NCOP.
I am speaking. Please take your seat. Honorable members, we will not allow the business of this House to degenerate or not to start simply because you are raising issues which purportedly are points of orders which are not points of orders in this sitting. I would want to ask the President to continue.
Chairperson of the NCOP.
Honorable Speaker, I have respectfully been trying to get your attention, and we're standing up in a point of order. My leader has been standing up right from the beginning, even before you recognized Honorable Gadi. And therefore I'm asking you, in terms of Rule 14S, you have to recognize my leader on his point of order.
I did not see him. Honorable members, Kasenibo. Honorable members, I did not see Honorable Lekota. No, I did not see his hand. I have no reason why I would not recognize him. Honorable President, please take your seat. Honorable Lekota, a point of order.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order.
You are covered, you are protected. Say, please proceed. You are on a point of order.
In terms of Section 48, it relates to Section 48 of the Constitution. In terms of that section of the Constitution, none of us can be a member of the National Assembly or of Parliament without taking an oath under Schedule 2. we of the Congress of the People want to place it on record. We pointed out in the last State of the Nation address that the gentleman before you has broken his oath of office. He admitted that. Subsequently, the court found that he has discharged himself from the oath of office. He can't be a member of parliament when he has discharged himself.
Honorable
Section 48 requires that. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Lekota.
In English is called a scoundrel. In our mother tongue,
Honorable
it's called
Lekota, that is not a point of order.
Now, we cannot hold Limenemene as a role
Honorable
model.
Lekota, that is not a point of order.
Must follow.
Please take your seat.
Therefore, we cannot become part of a
Honorable
process.
Lekota, that's not a
You
point
are
of
making-
order.
No, we have not broken our oath of office. Now you want
That's
to
not a point of
to
order.
make us
Please take your
complicit
seat.
in the breaking of our oath of office. We have not broken
Please
ours. He
take your
broke
seat.
his. He broke his oath of office. We did not break our oath of office. So we can't.
Honorable Lekota,
Yes.
please take your seat. That's not a point of order. Honorable members, we have ruled on this matter. We have ruled on this matter, and I wish to reiterate that we must allow the President to continue with his speech. You have been putting matters, you have been addressing the House, not on points of orders. But we now wish to proceed with the business of the day. Honorable President, please proceed.
Yeah, she turned off the mic.
Yep, muted the whole room.
Yeah.
You are suppressing our freedom of
Please.
Cyril Ramaphosa,
Speaker.
President Thabo
On a
Mbeki,
point of order. Chair.
Chief Justice
Chair.
Mogoeng,
Speaker. Chair.
all esteemed members
Chair.
of the judiciary,
point of order.
Please recognize us.
members, ministers,
of order.
On
and
a point of
deputy ministers,
order.
National Chair, please recognize us.
premiers,
Chairperson of the
and
NCOP.
speakers of
Can you please recognize us?
provincial legislatures,
Chairperson of the NCOP, you cannot allow a
Chairperson
situation
of
to continue
SALGA,
like this. It's out of
the heads
order.
of
You have to
Chapter
listen to
9
us.
institutions,
You must give us an opportunity to speak here.
chairperson of the
Honorable
National
just because you are standing for
President,
Speaker.
now you are avoiding things. Speaker,
Speaker.
please.
of the
Hey.
judiciary,
On the point of order, Chair.
Lord,
Honorable member.
Broken
You
the
are
law.
disrupting the way of voting.
This is not a cell. This is not a prison.
You are
diplomatic
We
disrupting
can't
the way of
criminals.
Honorable
We're not in a
President,
or a rehabilitation.
please allow us to just focus on how to
Thank you.
calm
Sit
these
down,
honorable
Zuma,
members
please.
down.
Sit down.
Honorable members, we have been patient with you. We have been trying to give you an opportunity to express yourselves, but we believe that in actual fact,
the freedom of expression of the members of this honorable house is definitely being abused by yourselves. Because all honorable members who are here in this house have come to listen to the State of the Nation address. South Africans are here in the gallery. South Africans are sitting at home, waiting eagerly to listen to the State of the Nation address. We would like to assure you, honorable members, that we will respect your freedom of speech,
Please do.
your freedom to raise points of orders, but we are not going to allow you to obstruct the business of the House and to continue to abuse all of us on the basis that you have a right to raise points of orders. So we would like to say to yourselves, Honorable Shibamu, that we're not going to sit here the whole night listening to you raising points of orders,
But the rules allow
which we have ruled. We have ruled upon the issues you've been raising.
But you have not yet.
We have ruled, and we are not intending to waste endless time because you have a right to raise a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, there is nowhere in this rule book where it's allowed that you will refuse a point of order that is raised by
Honorable
legitimately
Shibambo,
elected
you have
members of
not been
Parliament.
recognized. Please take your seat.
I'm raising to be recognized on a point of order.
We have listened to numerous
It's
points
allowed
of orders
in terms
from
of
you.
Rule 14S and 14U of the joint rules. Please recognize me on a point of order.
Honorable Shibambo, please take your seat.
And you're going to recognize me after I sit down.
Honorable Shibambo, please take your seat.
But I'm pleading with you that when I sit down, you're going to recognize me because I'm doing a legal and legitimate and constitutional practice of raising a point of order in terms of these rules.
Honorable
Can you please
Shibambo,
allow me
take
to
your
do
seat.
that?
Sir, you raised your hand.
No, but Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, our chief whip raised his hand before the leader of the TA. The least you can do is to give him an opportunity to speak and then make a ruling. What type of criteria is this? Give him chance to speak. Let us not have an attitude
Honorable
against
Malema,
members of Parliament.
nobody recognized you. Nobody gave you the space.
But let's
Please
give
take
the
your
chief
seat.
whip of the EFF an opportunity to speak.
Honorable
He raised his
Malema,
hand.
take your seat. There is an honorable member who is on the floor.
Let me just stop it right there, folks. You see, the chairs, two of them, they're having issues because these guys, they know the rule book and they're raising it. Now, you can make an argument that it's not a point of order because a point of order goes to what was said, and it's usually in a question that you're asking the person who's presenting, you're asking questions. But what they're saying is that this guy, we don't even have, he doesn't even deserve to be questioned because he broke his oath of office, court ruled, and therefore we don't want him here talking to us in this house. And so they're going, I stopped it there because it goes on much longer and it gets real feisty because they're raising, and you won't, almost to a person when they get up, they're getting up on a rule. They're saying we're standing on rule this and that, or I raised the point of order based on rule this and that. And so this is what we have to do in Jamaica. We can't get up and just speak from an emotional standpoint. We have to get familiar with the Constitution. We have to get familiar with Robert's Rules of Order, and we have to get familiar with the standing rules, so that when you start talking to that chair, the Prime Minister's wife, she can't turn the phone. She can't just turn off the mic on, and they've turned off mics on speakers in South Africa, but they turn off the mic. They turn off the mic on those who they're not forceful with their argument. But by and large, they're all forceful. They study the book. They study the rules. And that's what I'm asking for the opposition, as well as the ruling party to do. Study the rules. Study the rules. People put you there for a purpose, not to look pretty and carry on and get emotional, but to make cogent, reasonable articulable argument. Let me just put the second one on. This one is much shorter, and then we'll the professor and I will talk a little bit before we move on to the next subject.
Honorable Sonti, I think it's out of order for you to be screaming repeatedly the way you do. Members do heckle, but what you're doing is listen to you. You're doing it even as I'm speaking to you. This is bad, ma'am. Honorable Sonti, Honorable Sonti, Honorable Sonti, I suggest that you go out of the house. I suggest that you go out of the house. Even as I'm talking to you, requesting you to stop it, you stand up and continue to do it. I request that you leave the house now. Honorable Sonti, I'm requesting that you leave the house. You have deliberately, even as the presiding officer is talking to you, defied that, and you are behaving in an acceptable manner.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sonti, I'm speaking to you. Honorable,
on a point of order.
Honorable member,
On a
please take
point
your
of
seat.
order.
No, Honorable
order on you.
Honorable Shivambo, can you take your seat?
But I'm calling order on you. You must
Honorable
the rules of the house.
Honorable Shivambo.
Instruct you that whenever we call order,
Honorable
you must
Shivambo.
listen.
Honorable Shivambo.
But listen to the order before you.
I have not given you a right to speak.
Yeah, but
I
please allow me
request
to
you to
speak.
take your seat.
On a point of order.
Honorable Shivambo, you will not order me. I'm requesting you to take your seat.
But I can call you to a point of order. It's allowed in terms of parliamentary rules.
Honorable member, I am addressing your member there. She's
But
refusing
according to which rule I say she must
Honorable
go out?
member, take your
Because
seat.
The
You can't.
procedure of this house is that
Honorable
if a member
member.
has done something wrong, you
Honorable
must
member.
call them to order, you must call them to the microphone.
Honorable Shivambo, I'm going to
Know
switch
what
off the
they
mic.
did.
I'm going to switch
But
off
you
this
are
thing.
being unprocedural.
Honorable member, I'm going to switch off this.
You switch off. Okay, switch off.
Honorable member, Honorable Sonti, I have given you an opportunity to comply with the rules and the address of the chair. And I'm going to request, Honorable Sonti, because you refused to rise. Honorable member, Honorable Malema, please take your seat. I'm addressing your member. Honorable member, your member refused to stand up. Honorable member. Honorable members, I have instructed Honorable Sonti. I have requested her. She refused to comply with my request. She did not rise when I asked her to do so. She refused to do so. Honorable Malema, I haven't given you a right to stand up and speak. I request you to sit down. I will allow you to speak. Honorable members, I have requested the honorable member to leave the house because she repeatedly, despite my plea to her, refused to obey the chair. And because that is inappropriate, I request Honorable Sonti, listen to you. You are continuing and you are screaming to me. I request you to leave the house. I request the Sergeant at Arms to help the member out. I request the, yeah. What's your point of order, Honorable Member? What's your point of order? Honorable Shivambo, just one moment. Just one moment. Honorable members, the honorable members who are standing and disrupting the member talking there. Honorable member who are talking, Honorable Sonti, please act in a manner that the Sergeant at Arms requests you. Leave those members. Please, honorable member.
Nikhohlakele nditsho.
Sure. Honorable Sonti, we've heard what you said to us, and we'll take that on board in our next ruling. Honorable Shivambo, what's your point?
Outgoing Deputy Speaker, who must outgo as soon as possible. What you just did is against the rules of this House. It's totally out of order, and you are doing that because you think you're going to call violence on us when we're raising a critical issue about Mama Winnie Monday. So let us put it on record that we're going to report you to the relevant structures. In any way you're going, you're going to come back. But you must be removed like a dog because you are not useful every time.
Honorable member.
Every time you do that thing.
Honorable member.
Every time
Honorable
you do that, you disrespect this House. You always have got attitude against the EFF. That is what you do every time.
Honorable member.
We are out of order.
I request you to withdraw what you just said now.
Withdraw on what basis?
Honorable member.
Okay, I withdraw. I withdraw, but when I will find you, Chief.
Honorable member, you are still gesturing at me inappropriately. You are out of order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You were supposed to instruct Sonti to stand up and then tell her what you wanted her to do. And then once she refused, you can take those drastic steps you are taking. And we are just cooperating with that unruly conduct of yours because we want this motion to go through. But otherwise, you must never think we're scared of your violence.
Honorable
we're not
member,
scared of your violence. We're not scared of you. You must know that.
Honorable Malema, that pointing out at me is inappropriate. You're talking to us.
According to which law?
Honorable member.
According to which rule, yeah?
Honorable member.
Quote the rule.
I will not teach you the rules.
Because you don't know them.
Honorable member, I'm pointing out to you that when you do so and speak and address the chair, you must do so appropriately according to the rules, and if you don't, it's out of order. Honorable member, take your seat. I'm
addressing you appropriately. Otherwise, I could throw this glass at you.
Yeah, you didn't have to say that last part, but again, people, you know, the opposition, I understand what they're up against, but they have to show some fight. They have to show some cojones, as we would say. They can't just sit back and just be docile and let the speaker just run over them. And that's one of the complaints about the opposition that I've heard quite a bit. Again, they're up against a force, but it doesn't mean that you have to just roll over and play dead. Professor.
You know, one of the things that we didn't have time to show was from that first video was one of the members being removed by House security.
Right. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it is as a result of standing on principle. And when you look at what is going on here, it seems to us like chaos. It seems like there is a whole lot of disrespect happening. But the understanding that all of this objection happens on rules and points of order. When we don't know what those are, it's just going to seem like a bunch of noise to us. But the mere fact that the speaker also has to listen to the members when they raise their points, not just dismiss them. It's something that we need to understand about our own operations in Parliament and who has teeth and who just has bark. It's to say that everybody either barks equally or bites equally. Nobody above anybody else. And that, I believe, is what the point that we need to get across. And unless we see it happening in some other places, we don't quite get the true understanding of how it should happen in our own parliament.
True, true. You know, you raise a good point. Let me go back and see if I can find that piece where they escorted the member out and what was said after. People need to see it, because when you misbehave in the South African Parliament, or you become unruly in the perception of the chair, they can call protective services in. They have a guard service, bodyguard, whatever, and they can come in and physically remove you. And I've seen fights where they try to move somebody and they end up fighting.
What I did find especially interesting in that is they're not in the house.
Correct.
There are only certain people are allowed in the house, and it is those who have sworn their oath and are duly accredited, which is by way of a badge.
True.
So if there's someone that is in there that's not supposed to be in there, then if you have issue with it, you can ask that they be removed, and you have all right to do so.
Right. Like the two guards that were inside and they were said, yeah, they shouldn't be in here. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Speaker and Chairperson.
Let me see. Oh yeah, this is where
he's the one that asked them to leave.
Yeah.
Those two people there.
Right there.
I'm speaking for the first time. I'm speaking for
Honorable
the first time.
members, you will not hold the sitting to ransom.
I'm not trying to do
we
that.
We want to continue with the business
Can you just hear me out,
please? Take your seat.
Honorable House Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. It has nothing to do with what has been said.
What is your point of order?
Thank you very much. First of all, those two people there at the door don't belong in the house. Those two people there must leave the house. Give that order. Everybody that is in here must have this card and must have been sworn in terms of his oath of office. Those guys must leave the house. They don't belong in the house. They're in the bridge of the... Even the justices are sitting on the other side. The justices are sitting on the other side. We've got two people there. I don't know them. I didn't vet them. This is my house. They must leave. Those two people there. That's number one. I don't know them. Do you know them? You look shocked, Evie, but you say this is your house. There are two guys standing there. Who are they? Do they have this? They must go. That's the first point of order, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. The second thing is a fundamental mistake here. We are all first and foremost citizens of South Africa, and we are not allowed, according to the Constitution, to stand for any office if we have a criminal record. The Constitutional Court, it doesn't matter whether it's NCOP, it doesn't matter whether it's legislature, even a council of councillors in a township are not allowed to hold public office if they are found to have been in breach of the Constitution. If you want to listen to a person that has breached the Constitution, go do it elsewhere. Somewhere in the prisons there, where criminals speak. I have a duty, together with other members of parliament who have taken an oath of office, to protect this house in terms of the Constitution. Mr. Zuma, please leave. Baba, please leave. You don't belong here. You are a constitutional delinquent. You have to leave. Then we can proceed with the business of the House. I'm sure each and every one of us are competent to can deliberate on the state of the nation. But Mr. Zuma is a delinquent. He breached the Constitution. He doesn't belong in it. It is him that should leave, not us. You are wrong not to protect us. You're protecting him to stay here. As a constitutional, as a criminal.
You are not making a point of order.
It is a point of order.
It is no longer
How
a point
do you call
of
this
order.
house in session when people have invaded? Mr. Zuma, together with those two guys, they don't belong in here.
Honorable
He's a
Ndosi,
criminal, and they
your
must
seat.
leave.
Honorable Ndosi, take your seat.
So, we see this happening, and the only question I have is, if said activity happens in Jamaica where any member of parliament, based on their functions, have broken the law, constitutionally or otherwise, what then is to be done? If they are not incarcerated, are they allowed to show up in court?
That's a good,
I mean, in Parliament.
That's a good civics question. Because you have convicts. I know of one convict in the Jamaican Parliament, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She pled guilty. She pled guilty. Remember that case where she said she didn't know anything about the Mercedes and she didn't report it and blah blah blah. She pled guilty. She's in Parliament. So that's a good civics question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I'll certainly ask around. Let me just show them the part where the member was escorted.
Honorable members.
Oh, it's this guy. This guy is.
Your seat, sir.
Yes,
please.
he's the one.
Yeah.
Honorable Madisha, I did not recognize you. Please take your seat.
You are not following the rules.
Please take your seat.
You are out of order yourself.
If you do not want to take your seat, sir, please leave this house.
Chairperson.
You have
Chairperson.
Take your seat or leave this house.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
Honorable Madisha, please leave the house.
Because you cannot take.
It's
wrong of you.
Honorable Madisha to
it's wrong of you to take. I want to emphasize what we believe is a thief from the streets and say that he must come and address a
She just turned off his mic. And now you're gonna see she's gonna call security on him. And then you're gonna see some guys in white shirts running in. Yeah, she turned off the mic. That's the sergeant at arms right there. This guy right here.
In the white gloves.
Yeah. So he's the first one to say you have to leave, and then if the person doesn't leave, then they'll call the security guards. You're gonna hear, she's gonna turn the mic on in a few.
Now, I'll say this. You heard.
Honorable members, I have asked Honorable Madisha to leave the house. He has refused to leave the house. I am therefore calling on the protection services of Parliament to help Honorable Madisha to leave this house.
Just turn off the mic again.
Turn off the mic again.
Yeah.
So
you know, all of these people, they have the rule book, you know, and they're quoting from the rule book. Oh, here comes
right.
Here it comes.
Do our parliamentarians go with the rule book?
Every time I look, all of them, they have the rule book, man. They have the rule book.
So Will and I are not wearing white shirts akin to those gentlemen that you see escorting the parliamentarian out.
I know here, listen to Julius now start taking on this lady.
We will peacefully ask you to please leave the chamber.
Yes, I'm going to do exactly that. All I'm saying is that you are so prepared to chase people who violate the rules and keep a man who violate the constitution.
Honorable Malema.
You are prepared to chase out
Honorable
people
Malema,
who are protecting the constitution in the name of the rules.
Leave the
if there is
chamber.
anyone who must leave,
Honorable
it's this
Malema,
one.
leave the chamber.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm elected here.
We will assist you to go.
Wait.
We will assist
Let me
you
tell
to go.
Wait.
Because one thing
we would like you to assist
That's
us.
That's exactly what made you not to be a candidate of the Women's League. Exactly that. Your conduct has failed you to be a candidate for president because you are irrational, you are impatient, you are partisan. Even your own people have dumped you. After they told you you are their candidate, you went home to do telling ancestors you are going to be a president. After that, they dumped you because of this conduct. Exactly this conduct. How do you chase us for breaking the rules and you are not chasing a man who has broken his oath of office, his constitution? We are abused by Zuma here.
We are not going to allow
abused
you
by Zuma.
to abuse us the whole night.
No, we are abused by Zuma. You are scared of Zuma. He used you, he dumped you. He used you and promised you that you are going to be a president. And you went home, you slaughtered a cow.
On a
He
point
dumped
of
you.
order.
He dumped you. We are abused by Zuma here.
Honorable Malema, please
You can do
leave the
anything.
House. Honorable Malema,
If you want to
leave
kill
the House.
us now.
May I
You
ask
can call soldiers to come and
the
kill us
sergeant
now.
at arms to please escort Honorable
Call
Malema
soldiers
out
to
of
come
the
and kill
House.
us now.
Speaker.
We are not going to be addressed by criminals. Go and address prisoners, not members of parliament.
Back to me,
Bloody
London.
Kruku Gwen.
Let's turn off the mic. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're not afraid of making their points, you know, and that's why they became a force. They're weak. They've been weakened over the years, but they became a force. At least at that point in time, they were a force because one of the things that they did, they studied the rules constantly. And I mean, they had the parliament at ransom because they knew when to file, they knew when to raise the points of order. They come up with all kinds of rules, all kinds of creative arguments, and then they file motions as well. So just because you have a minority in parliament doesn't mean you can't have a loud voice. And if you do this, and I'm not saying you have to do exactly what they did, but what the opposition is doing is not enough. They have to do something more. They have to do something more to capture the feeling of the people. That's where we are. Let me just let me bring this in right now. Hold on a second. All right, a lot of you asked me for Mr. Sauls. We're gonna play a little bit of Mr. Sauls, and then we're gonna play you what happened in Jamaica recently, because some of you said that this is in the vein of a Mr. Saul. But I would submit to you that I would submit to you that it's not necessarily in the vein of Mr. Saul. It's in the vein of what should be done.
Correct.
Let me see if I find. Okay, here he is. All right. Now, full disclosure, I don't know Mr. Sauls. Never met him, but I do know the man he's questioning. Know him very well. I think he's still the commissioner of police. Here we go.
Sauls.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I realize that the burden of security you carry over 65 million South Africans, and the added unfair burden of the massive number of undocumented foreigners across 1.2 million square kilometers is immense. I recognize the scale of that task, especially when some of us struggle to secure even 40 square meters of our homes for a family of two. So as a patriotic South African, I extend the respect your office and rank demands. I despise the bad police, but knowing that when I thank you, I'm also indirectly thanking all the good and dedicated members of the South African Police Service you lead. The position I hold requires me to remain impartial, of course, at this time. I have no bias toward you, no bias toward General Mkwanazi or any other witness that will appear before us. Only after this entire process, I will then take a position. I ask that you participate truthfully as I seek clarity on specific actions you have taken. So let's start with the elephant in the room. I must first commend you for arresting DA councillors convicted of murder. And then you also testified about the presence of my party deputy president, the Honorable Kenny Kunene, at the house of Mr. Molefe. You stated that he was there twice in your testimony. Commissioner, are you 100% sure that Mr. Kunene was found at the house of Mr. Molefe 2 times?
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Honorable Member, and thanks for the matters that you alluded to, thanking myself and the police for what they're doing. Honorable Chairperson, what the team reported to me is that, yes, he was there twice. You recall one of the times he was found in the house. The other time they say he turned at the gate. He never entered, but he turned right at the gate. They denied him entry. So that's the report I got.
So you yourself are not 100% sure?
No. I can't be 100%, but that's the report I got, Honorable.
So if you're not 100% sure, as the number 1 cop in this country, understanding the rules of our criminal justice system, how can you, General, knowing that you're not sure, sit here in front of all South Africans and state as fact that Kenny Kunene was there twice?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. When I say not 100% sure, I mean me. I wasn't there, but the team, I believe them. They say one of the occasions he was in the house. One of the occasions they turned him at the gate.
Your team is not testifying.
Oh, yes.
You are testifying. And you are saying for surety that he was there. You're not sure. Your team reported to you. That still qualifies as hearsay. I'm not moved by the sounds in the house. Let's deal with the law. Let's deal with what is right, Honorable General. You cannot state for a fact that he was there twice. You're basing it on what you have been told. So your team is immune to lying. Chair, you must protect me here because I'm receiving responses from the EFF here. Am I questioning them?
Honorable Souls, I request you to work like a postman, just deliver the letters.
I'm delivering the letters, but you can't have dogs barking while I'm riding the bicycle.
Deliver the letters. The gates are locked. They will not come out.
No, Chair, you must protect me. I was silent.
You are protected, and I very much respect the manner in which you conducted yourself the whole day. I haven't heard you saying anything honorable. So the whole day, starting from 9 o'clock. And you are so justified.
Thank you, Chair.
If I had a big umbrella, I will come and bring it around you so that you don't encounter any difficulty.
General, even though you received the report, does that give you the right to come before the nation under oath and say, as a matter of fact, that Kenny Kunene was there twice?
Honorable Chair, through you, the team reported to me that he was there twice. One was he was in the house when he was with the journalist. The second, one of the 2 times, he was turned at the gate by the team. So that is what the team reported to me.
That's not what you said when you opposed the question. When you opposed the question, General, you said, I listened to the tape again. Your words was, actually, he was there twice. Yet, your actually is based on a report. It's not fact.
Honorable.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
General, with due respect, the honorable source, let me just hold you for a moment. There is a honorable member who wants to speak, Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair, sorry to interrupt, but this has got nothing to do with the scope of this ad hoc committee, one. And two, General Masemola leads an organization with almost 200,000 members. Must he account for every single member's whereabouts? And I mean, when an officer comes and tells his commander something, must he go to this actual site and go and check up on it? It just I think we're losing the plot. We're not. This is not part of the scope of the ad hoc committee. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, honorable members, so that we can proceed. Let me allow the honorable member to use the time we have allocated him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, number one, it's my time. Number two, I'm not the one who brought up the subject. I sat here and Honorable Malema brought up the subject, and no one in this house told him what they are now telling me. Number three, I have the right to ask that question. And also, I'm not asking of the general that he should have been there. And I am fully aware that he's presiding over thousands. It is for that very fact that I am saying the general cannot then come and just based on a report from members say, as a matter of fact, Kenny Kunene was there twice. So, Chairperson, you must allow me.
Before he responds, I see there is another honorable member, Honorable Nombalo.
No, Chair, I think I've got a problem with your ruling because your responsibility as the chairperson is to guide the meeting and your responsibility is to protect witnesses. We can't be subjected to Kenny Kunene. We have got serious issues of national importance here. I mean, the whole meeting, the whole country is watching us, and the member is subjecting the witness to Kenny Kunene. So, Chairperson, you are out of order. Do your responsibility, protect the member. That person is testifying under oath.
Yes.
So, to be asked about Kenny Kunene, even when he has answered that the team briefed me, that is enough.
Let's not be impatient with him because...
no, but Chair, people can't abuse the platform on the basis that they have time.
Yeah, I want to explain something, Honorable Number. You earlier on during the proceedings, you reminded us of Rule 1.4 on the scope that any other matter thereto related can be investigated. The name of a citizen here called KT Molefe was mentioned on record. And during his testimony, oral, the general was asked about the incident or the occasion of the arrest of a KT Molefe. And then he says that at the time of the arrest, Mr. Kunene was there. So it is on record in these proceedings. And so the honorable member is asking that question, and if we can please have the patience to allow him to ask what he wants to clarify, I think it's only fair. Because those statements that have been made here have gone to the records of these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The same vigor was not shown earlier when the statement was made, when an untruthful statement was made. General, you were not there physically to see that twice. You just received the report and you want the country to believe that your members does not have the possibility of lying. That every single member you have speaks the truth to you. Is that what you're saying to the country? Every member that reports to you speaks the truth at all times. They don't have the potential to lie to you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. All what I said, Honorable Chair, is that the members told me that he was there twice at the house. So whether they're lying or not, I took it that which they told me, and I'm not sure. Let's agree, Honorable Member, that me and you were not there. We are the same. But however, the report I got is that he was there twice. So I will leave it there, and thanks, Honorable Chair.
It would have been different, General, if that is what you said when you were asked the question earlier. When you were asked the question earlier, you did not say, it was reported to me. You said, actually, he was there twice. Now you're saying, we can agree that you were not there. I wasn't there. Based on that, you must now then state for the record that it is only an allegation. It is alleged that Kenny Kunene was there twice. Please confirm.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I will repeat that me and you were not there. I received a report that Kenny Kunene was there twice on the two occasions that members were at the house. It's an allegation. I leave it there.
So if it's an allegation, which I now agree with you, that means it remains to be proven. You came and you said he was actually there. That means, Honorable General, you lied to the nation. You made the nation believe that you are stating that as a matter of fact. Now, I put it to you that we can prove that Kenny Kunene was not there twice. You lied to the nation. And now it concerns me because...
Honorable Souls. I want to request you that we must not debate the matters.
I'm not debating, Chair. I'm stating you heard the testimony that it's now from a statement of fact. It's now an allegation. And if it's now an allegation, it was stated on the record by the General. Then it means that what was earlier said as a fact by using the word actually was a lie.
I want us to go beyond the names and probe what you want to probe.
I'm moving forward, Chair, but I'm concluding on that fact.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And it now concerns me because I'm not sure whether I should believe the rest of your testimony or any testimony you've made at the commission as well. But we shall continue. You know, General, this is a bit personal for me. I'll have you know, and I want the nation also to know, that my leaders have served their time in jail. They paid the price and they worked daily to repay society. To the point where our president showed decisiveness and removed our deputy, Mr. Kenny Kunene, who equally stepped down, subjected himself to an independent investigation. He was cleared and now he's back in office. If ever our criminal justice system can have something to be proud of, it is the genuine transformation of Gayton McKenzie and Kenny Kunene, whom I am a proud product of. General, yesterday, we saw on social media that General Sibia was going to be arrested, but only filed and some equipment was seized. Was the team sent by yourself to effect that arrest?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I wouldn't want to go too much back, but I would say that I did rectify that which you agree that I rectify. I didn't lie. I used English, but what I meant is what I said, that the team said he was there twice. Coming to the last question that you were asking, well, Honorable Chairperson, police, as I've been sitting here the last 2 days, even today as I've been sitting here, they are doing their work. I don't send them to go and do a specific work. They do continue with the work they do. They obtained the warrants where they obtained, and they went to the house to go and collect the catches they had a search warrant to collect.
So in English, I'll repeat, you lied. And I'm struggling to even believe what you say now, but I will indulge you, General. Why arrest or attempt to arrest on the eve of General Sibia having to come and testify? What if those equipment that was seized was material for what needs to be presented here next week by General Sibia as a witness?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I do indicate that, Honorable Member, the team, they went there, and they don't need my permission to do the work. So if you say the tools might be needed, I'm sure the team don't take equipment forever. They will assess what they assess. They will return the equipment to the relevant owners.
Are you now saying you are sure that they will return it before he comes to testify? Am I hearing you correctly?
Surely, if he says he needs those equipments when he comes here, we can't deny him. They will have, I'm sure they would have done their work. It doesn't take months to do what they do.
It's interesting that they chose the time. General, how would you describe the relationship between you, General Mkwanazi, and General Khumalo?
I would describe it as a relationship that I have with the rest of the senior management.
I'm not familiar with the relationship you have with senior management. Could you?
Well, I mean, we have a good relationship. I do have a good relationship with the rest of the senior team.
You are not very close. Would you define your relationship as very close?
No, I wouldn't define as very close.
General Mkwanazi testified that it was General Khumalo who instructed the removal of the.
It gets quite interesting, and you could actually get sucked into this because it's his line of questioning, and it's time is of the essence, so I can't really go into it further. I can't really play much more of it, but It goes to the issue of interrogation and interviewing techniques. How do you question public officials? When is it an interview? When is it an interrogation? When do they blend? And the first thing you have to do is remember what I said. You should know the answer to the question you're asking. Otherwise, you're stuck. And you can see what happened with my dear friend General Masimola. And it really got worse than this, where Mr. Sauls is accusing you of lying, because he's like, did you lie then or did you lie now? But both things can't reside in the same space. You can't say it's a fact and then you turn around and you say it's an allegation. I did all of that because I want to show you a very short video. Now, this is the Jamaican version of it. And I want you to pay close attention. I want you to look at the body language. I want you to listen to the words. And I want you to listen to the questions and the deflections. Pay close attention.
Aid. Can you remind me of the number of packages that the government has distributed to this point?
I think it was 116,000.
15,000. It was indicated too that partners would have been distributing. Do you have information about that number from the partners?
Not in my notes here, but I can indicate, for example, that the World Food Kitchen was one of our stronger partners. To date, they have done just 1.3 million hot meals into various communities.
Right, but that's not packages. That would have been
that's hot meals.
Right. So they will give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 116, you also indicated that you estimate that each package would serve about 4 people.
Yes, for 4 days.
For 4 days.
Yeah.
So with about 20 days gone, then we should have had about 5 rotations.
That is ideal.
That is ideal. So with this number, we should have indicated that if it was serving a family of 4, then at best, each family would have received 1/5 of the time, or 1/5 of the families would have received enough times. Which one is the more likely circumstance?
Repeat this for my clarity.
All right. So for the 5 periods that would have existed since the hurricane, you have distributed enough food for 1 per family. So if it is 1 per family, then they would have received 1/5 of the times that you desired. Or was it that 1/5 of the family received enough rotations?
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been in a rotation, indicating that there might be quite a bit of persons that have not been touched by government.
The possibility could exist.
How quickly could we get that information so that we can cauterize and immediately solve that situation?
We could see to work on it just to complete it this week.
Folks, this is the man in charge of the restoration of people's lives in Western Jamaica. This is the man in whom the Prime Minister has the utmost trust and confidence. This is the man whom the Prime Minister used to replace the director of, was it disaster? Was it ODPEM? Yeah, it's ODPEM.
Office of Disaster and Preparedness Emergency Management.
ODPEM, right? Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. They moved. Remember, the guy who was there before and after Melissa, and then they got rid of him and said now he's a coordinator in the office of the Prime Minister, and they put this gentleman there, this military gentleman, who they said had all kinds of degrees and experience. I'm going to play it again for you because we talk about this a lot, but now you see it, and you saw it overseas in different countries, and you say, oh yeah, it's nice, but now we're seeing it on full display in our country, where the Peter principle is at work. We have an incompetent. He has risen, or he probably was bright where he was, but he has risen to the level of incompetence. It's called the Peter principle. And what you're going to see, and for those of you who watch it on Wednesday, bear with me, you're going to see, I'm going to play it again. I'm going to point out to you. Look at his body language. When they started out, you couldn't see his hands. He felt comfortable. And then once the questions got uncomfortable, you started seeing him wringing in his hands. Also, he started speaking in tongues because he mentioned a word there. That word is not in Patois. That word is not in English. I don't know where that word came. And you're going to hear Damien said to him, what? Like he's saying, explain. And we don't know where that word came from. Right? And then you're going to hear him use like indefinite language, like I think it was. You're in charge of the restoration of Jamaica, the western part of Jamaica. And so they're asking you questions that you should have answers to these questions. And then he's saying, I think it was not in my notes. They're asking you, how many people have you fed? That's a question that he should have expected. That's a question his team should have prepared him for. Because it's about food, clothes, shelter, restoring people's lives, water. It's about that. And here it is that we have him sitting there in front of all of Jamaica, essentially saying, I'm a nincompoop. I don't know what I'm doing, but they put me here. And so, you're asking me tough questions and I don't know what to say. And we are satisfied with that. Could you imagine one of those South African parliamentarians having this guy now? They would eat him up for lunch. They'd eat him alive. Yeah.
Get up and sick immediately.
Yeah, and then also look at how Damien presented himself. Very calm. Not shouting or anything like that. Damien is like, give me the answers. Give me the answers. And he's sitting there, the man who should have all the answers regarding this issue. He's like, well, I don't know. Damien asked him about care packages. He's talking about hot meals. Yeah, and you know what? He's very specific with the hot meals. 1.3 million hot meals served so far. But when you say how many care packages, can't answer. And it's a very simple proposition. What he's simply saying to him is that if each care package lasts for 4 days, family of 4 for 4 days, and 20 days gone by, then can you tell me if families have gotten every rotation or one rotation? So if family has gotten every rotation, that means some family wouldn't receive care packages. That's all he's asking him. And this man, I don't know, people, please take a look at this and remember this video. Take a look at this.
Aid. Can you remind me of the number of packages that the government has distributed to this point?
I think it was 100.
That should have been the top of his list. How many care packages did the government issue? That should have been number one. And here's the answer, I think. I think.
I think it was 116,000.
15,000. It was indicated too that partners would have been distributed. Do you have information about that number from the partners?
Not in my notes here, but I can indicate, for example, that the World Food Kitchen was one of our stronger partners.
It didn't ask you about World Food Kitchen and hot meals. He asked you about care packages, sir.
To date, they have done just 1.3 million hot meals into various communities.
Right, but that's not packages. That would have been
that's hot meals.
Right. So they will give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 100.
Again, look at him. He looks calm. He looks composed. but he's getting shaken up a bit right now, and you can see it, and you're gonna see the rest of his body is responding to the questions. It's not even his mind. His body is just revulsed by the questions because he don't have the answers.
116. You also indicated that you estimate that each package would serve about 4 people.
Yes, for 4 days.
For 4 days.
Yeah.
See how composed they look?
So with about 20 days gone, then we should have had about 5 rotations.
That is ideal.
That is ideal.
No, that's not ideal. That is correct. That is correct.
So with this number, we should have indicated that if it was serving a family of 4, then at best, each family would have received 1/5 of the time, or 1/5 of the families would have received enough times. Which one is the more likely circumstance?
Sir, you're not deserving of that position. Man, ask you a very simple question. And you start fumble already, and you come with notes, but you're saying that you don't have this information in your notes. You don't know how many people have been fed, and you don't know over what period, except to say that, yeah, a care package will last a family of 4 for 4 days. And the man said, well, 20 days gone by, so talk to me about that.
Repeat this for my clarity.
All right, so
One for
the 5 periods that would have existed since the...
And by the people, see if you can make out this word. This word, I'm trying to decipher what he said. And for some reason, I'm unsuccessful. I don't know if it's patois English, but he said a word that caused the questioner to ask him what was that, but then they moved on. But this is what happens when you're unprepared.
The hurricane, you have distributed enough food for 1 per family. So if it is 1 per family, then they would have received 1/5 of the times that you desired. Or was it that 1/5 of the family received enough rotations?
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry.
You see, you notice the hands now come up. So the hands come up now. He's very uncomfortable now. And then he start speaking in tongues. Listen to this again. Listen to this.
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry.
Because we have been back into location. Be a mix of the two.
Sorry.
Because we have been back into location. The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry.
Because we have been back into locations to issue.
You hear that? The right of it might be a Michelle too. I don't know what that is. And you hear what Damien said to him. Sorry. Like, I don't understand you. I didn't know that they were conducting this hearing in English and some other language. I didn't know that.
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry.
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been in a rotation, indicating that there might be quite a bit of persons that have not been touched by government.
The possibility could exist.
How quickly could we get that information so that we can cauterize and immediately solve that situation?
We could see to work on it just to complete it this week.
Let me remove him. Is that the best we can offer at this point when the Jamaican people, particularly out west, are under distress? That's the best we can offer. That's the best we can offer. Can't put 2 words together. Guessing, deflecting, and we're supposed to be accepting of him. Remember what the Prime Minister said, you get what you pay for. You pay for this. That's it. Now, let me just move on and leave that gentleman in his own misery. Our Prime Minister has gotten into the habit of threatening people. I don't know why.
Man, a bad man.
Yes, he's gotten into the habit of threatening people. And remember, people, I wrote to law enforcement all over America and I explained to them, and I put up the letter the other day and I showed you the letter. In fact, you can go to the website, the letter is there, where I said to all of them that, listen, this man is threatening people not only in Jamaica, but outside Jamaica. We feel threatened. We feel threatened no matter what he says. And proof of that is shortly after he made the first set of threats, and one of his supporters came on and said that it's not only people in Jamaica, but outside, and we know where they are. And he came up with a number and said, we're watching them watering their plants. And so I said, listen, and that gentleman has a green card. That gentleman went to school in New York, and that gentleman was employed in Atlanta, and then as a chef, and then he went to Jamaica, and then he went from a chef to being a project manager on a construction site, among other things. We haven't heard much from him since, because he's walking on dangerous ground when you start threatening people living in America and you have a green card. And we don't even know if you're paying your taxes from all of the money you're getting from being on the school board, if you're getting money for that. But we know you're getting paid for being the project manager. We know that. But I want to find let me see if I can find is this the first? Okay. Folks, here's what. I'm going to play you just a few things with the Prime Minister threatening people. And again, we're going to be calling to law enforcement officials and said, listen, watch this guy. Watch this gentleman. Watch this Prime Minister's public official. It's very unbecoming. But you know what? Pattern and practice. Here we go.
Young person made a post on social media that bordered on being defamatory, probably libelous. The person was tracked and their identity discovered. Long and short, the person was put up to doing this by another political organization. And we have been tracking several such cases where you see some posts being made that border on defamatory or libelous. And when you dig behind, which we have the capabilities to do, and to discover the people behind these accounts, there are young persons being recruited to do this. It is purely out of good conscience that many of them we don't pursue, because they are young people, they are being misled, they are being used for the wrong purpose.
You can't pursue people for bordering on defamation. Can't pursue people for that, Mr. Prime Minister. There's no such charge. Bordering on defamation. There's no such charge. What you're saying is that the crime hasn't been committed or the civil wrong hasn't been committed. So how then can you employ technology against those people to find them and do what with them? Well, we know what you've done with some of them.
Because they are native to social media, they are being used to manipulate social media, to comment on posts negatively, to spread rumors about people, to do some really nasty things. And you're going to see some actions very shortly for those persons. Much of what is being done is...
All right, let me move him from this, huh? He's threatening action. Let me move this, Brother Kev. And we have, I think, you say it's a 9-day one, or the UN will assist? It's a 9-day one, right?
I think it's a 9-day one. Check the 9-day one.
All right, let me put it up and see.
Initial few days, there was a scramble. And that scramble essentially was, my hand is up, I need help.
No, I don't think it's this one. I think it's this one.
Monday, I had a call with the UN Secretary General. The UN Secretary General is a friend of Jamaica. He has visited me a few times. We're always working closer together on climate change, on financing for development. And he does have a special place in his heart for Jamaica. And I said to him, what we need.
No, it's not that. Let me go back to this one, people.
And the system trying to respond to the loudest voices or the most frantic wave of hands. As of today, we are out of that phase. Say it in another way. I hear the cry of every baby that is now in the relief effort. And you would see that the government has made.
It's none of those two. But here's what happened with at that press conference. He started threatening people again. And it just didn't stop there. Here's the latest.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness is firing back at critics who've been questioning how some relief supplies are being distributed in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Speaking at the reopening of the Little London police station in Westmoreland Friday, Dr. Holness doubled down on the method used by the government and warned people to be careful where they get their information.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness was in a militant mood as he addressed stakeholders at the reopening of the Little London police station in Westmoreland. He insists the government has been using the right strategy in how it distributes hurricane relief and had this to say to those people he believes are spreading misinformation.
And it is one thing that you will see about me. Me not afraid of nobody.
Hold on a second now. Hold on a second. I thought that was Portia Simpson's line. Something similar to what she said. So, Mr. Prime Minister, you're truly not afraid of nobody? Are you borrow Smarty's sentence, Smarty's view on how they should conduct themselves when other people approach them and criticize. I mean, what exactly are you saying? You're not afraid of nobody. Yeah, when you said nobody, are you afraid of Marco Rubio? Are you afraid of the American government? Are you afraid of the Canadian government? Are you afraid of the UK government? Are you afraid of Mr. Rattigan? Did I say that? Yeah. Are you afraid? Why? And this is not the time. Listen, you beg people things and I come out and say, me not afraid of nobody. No, even if you felt that way, keep it to yourself, man. If you feel like you're a bad man, I think it was Queen Ifrika who did a song. Say, if you feel like a bad man, keep it to yourself. You can't come out, Mr. Pratt. This is very unbecoming, man. You're unraveling. You're unraveling. Oh, I mean, we can see your physique. You know, we can see that you look weary. You look tired. You look beat up. And we know that you're under a lot of pressure. You're under a lot of stress. But it's no reason for you to come out and like this, come out swinging like this. There's no reason for you to do this, Mr. Prime Minister. By the way, you're not afraid of the judge. The court hearing will happen. The judge will decide the case on December 8th. Are you afraid of that, judge? By the way, are you afraid also of the Court of Appeal? Are you afraid of the Integrity Commission? No, sorry, the Commission. No, you're not afraid of that. Nobody's not afraid of the Commission.
You're not afraid of that one, then.
Nobody's not afraid of the Commission. No. Mr. Remember, listen, Kevin, I can't believe me. I hear this.
All who want talk, make me one. Me we go with you toe to toe.
No, man. No. That's not right. You can't go with everybody toe to toe. You cannot. Mr. Prime Minister, I'll tell you one thing. I can't speak for all of those people. That's why I'm asking you, are you afraid of all of those people? Go ahead, Professor.
Was he or was he not invited to be on this broadcast in the past?
Was he invited? Yeah. We've invited him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm afraid I'm never.
I'm afraid him for it. No. Him would I think what happened, it would have been a waste of time because he would be speaking and we wouldn't understand. Maybe he would be like the gentleman who start speaking a foreign tongue, a language where we don't understand. Maybe that would be like
Yeah.
them guys can understand it. But no, man, this is downright disgraceful.
Every nonsense you talk, I will respond to it.
Oh, so now we see who him talk. Him talk about people who talk nonsense. I'm not afraid of them people there. But when you talk sense, I'm afraid of you. Okay. Clarification is always necessary.
And as you would have seen with the government, man come out with foolishness, we respond, not go so.
I think it's Buju must talk about. Him not talk about we.
So the response is, and if you check it, always along the lines of no such thing, nothing no go so. Where is your irrefutable proof that no such thing goes so?
Yes. You know, Mr. Prime Minister, you said, man, come out with something and not go so. Are you referring to the 28 bank accounts?
Not no go so.
Are you referring to Imperium?
Not no go so. Come again.
Are you referring to Estate Bridge Holdings?
Not no go so. Come again.
Are you referring to the media company established in during COVID?
Nothing goes that way.
All right then. How about no. It's not those things. Then
no.
How about the foundation? How about the foundation that them say that you use the foundation money to address some personal things that you were collecting the proceeds from that, and it's all in the Integrity Commission report. Is that it, Kevin, or no?
Is that the Integrity Commission or the Commission?
The Commission.
Not no go so.
Not no go so. Wow. How about not cooperating with the Commission in terms of the illicit enrichment investigation?
Not no go so.
So?
And there's no such thing that goes along the lines of Paul East and me being friends. Not no go so.
I was just about to ask about Mr. Paul East and Panadium, the company from the British Virgin. No. How about the two taxi companies, Sunshine Mobile and the Leader? No. Come on, Kevin. Something must no.
The taxi go, but not no go so.
What about the loan company that he owned?
Not no go so.
Okay.
No.
What about the loan to his wife to develop a piece of property? And when everybody thought that she had the money, he was the one who was loaning her money. Not go so?
Can't lend a wife money. It's our money. Not no go so.
No, Kevin. How about winning an election? That's how you go. With all of these things going on, the man win an election, Kevin.
That's a trick question.
What? Hold on, but Kevin, hold on, Professor. Then what about a gentleman named Paul Buchanan, who filed the action saying that there were irregularities with the voting that took place on September 3rd? Not go so. No.
Not can go so.
Nothing can go so.
Foolishness.
How about rushing through a bill to extend the tenure of the DPP while the Constitutional Reform Committee was looking at the Constitution and what should be extended, what should be amended, all of these things? Not go so.
Can't go so. No go so.
What about telling the Jamaican people that you are going to bring big electrical companies from, I guess, outside the country to come in and be a buffer against high prices for electricity because they'd be competing with JPS.
You have any proof of anything, Gozo?
Why I don't want to end up like my good friend General Massimola, where it was allegation. You know what I mean? It was supposed to be an allegation, and he said it was a fact. But let me just see if this will answer your question. You asked me a question if I have any proof that the Prime Minister had mentioned him going to bring in big companies, electric companies with big power plants, and that those actions would result in lower electricity bills for Jamaicans. I don't know. Tell me if this answered the question, Kevin.
One of the things that I know affecting whole heap of people in Jamaica is the high electricity bill. When the PMP come into power, them say them going to bring down electricity costs. What has happened since? Electricity costs keep rising. They promise that by 2016 they would have made the JPS more efficient with more efficient plants. That's not going to happen till another 2 years. And before you know it, it will be another 3 or 4 years before them actually do it. The Labour Party will make sure that we put in place more efficient electricity generated plants to bring down the cost of electricity to you. I don't like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants.
Whoops. We will bring to this country. So it means they're coming from outside. They're not coming from some part of Jamaica and whatever. They're coming from outside. So Kevin, I saw it really go. Him really did say this. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. As you say, hold on on the dangerous part of the call. Hold on. I think I was him tail and hoof, but I know that.
And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
So, if that is the case, and I see where Kevin is steering me, Professor is steering me right into the JPS, the loan. So now he's saying that he's going to be, or then he said he was going to bring in big electric companies who can bring in the big power plants, and therefore Jamaica wouldn't have to really spend any money. No, Jamaica just collected or is in the process of collecting 150 million on the cat bond, 150 million US dollars. And it just so happens that Jamaica is going to loan or is in the process of loaning JPS 150. So Kevin, it's like a wash. You get it in on the left and you just throw it over in on the right. Yes. Make we finish here. Our bad man, Prime Minister. Here the bad
power plants. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
So, well, the question is, where are those companies?
But even before you get to the companies, let's talk a little bit about business 101.
Okay.
A business is created to do what?
Make profit. That's the bottom line.
So these companies coming into Jamaica would have to see Jamaica as fruitful for profit.
Indeed.
Would they consider Jamaica fruitful for profit because of the profits of the JPS?
No. JPS, let me answer the question like this. Over the last 3 years, JPS has made a net profit of about 172 million US dollars. Right? So somebody could say it's a profitable company. Now, here are some things, Kevin, that people need to consider. And you don't have to be a scholar. You don't have to be an expert. All you have to do is apply a little bit of critical thinking and some common sense to this problem, and you'll see where this doesn't make any sense. There is a South Korean company and a Japanese company. They own 80% of JPS. Who owns the other 20%? The Jamaican government owns almost the 20%. I think it's 19.9.
Not quite 28.
Not quite, but Michael said 20% because is minority shareholders own like 1%. So Michael said Jamaica, them own 20%.
Okay.
What you have to understand, people, is that when you say you're going to give JPS a loan and you speak about JPS as JPS is some private third-party entity with which the government has no dealings, that's incorrect. Because 20% of the company is owned by the government of Jamaica. So it would be like the government is helping the South Korean and the Japanese company to secure a loan from its own government. The government is helping to secure a loan from its own government. Keep that in mind. That will own 20%. The other thing that you have to keep in mind is this. Why would you loan a company 150 million? They said they need 350 to do the project.
Right.
And you're going to give them 150 and you don't have any collateral. You haven't seen where they're getting their 200 from. You don't know if they're going to take this 150, put it in their pocket and dig off. You don't know, right? So here's your plan for this now, as Mr. Vaz would say. The loan is for 5 years, but the work has to be completed by the end of January next year. And they're going to put in the contract that if the work is not completed by then, like let's say the middle of February, then the Jamaican government is prepared to purchase JPS. No, they can't purchase JPS with 150 million because they said JPS is worth about $1 billion, something like that, they say, right? So what would happen is this. You would be buying into something that you considered a failure at one point. You know why? You sold it. You sold 80% of it. You considered it a failure. When something make money and things like that, why you gonna want to sell it and it's yours and it's national pride. It the name Japanese Public Service, you know, or Korean it name Jamaica Public Service. Is that just the word Jamaica? Make you beam with pride that yes, we own this. So if we own it and it's profitable, why you would have sell 80% of it? It makes absolutely no sense. No sense, Professor. It makes absolutely no sense. And this, you don't have to be an economist or a business person or anything. You just have to just think through it and say, well, wait a minute now. We own part of it. And then first of all, we owned it outright. We sold 80% of it. We have 20%. And now we're in league with these people to get $150 million loan. And we don't think the thing is going to be turning a profit anyway. We don't, and then we give them the loan without any real collateral. And now there's a possibility that them take the 150 and God knows what them do with it. And then now we end up with 150. But here's the thing. He said, we are prepared to purchase JPS. 150 million can't purchase it. So all you're going to do, you're going to go from 20% to maybe 30% or 40%. That's all.
If we are prepared to purchase JPS, where is that money
coming from?
well, where it coming from or where is it currently?
Oh, he said that the money is coming from the consolidated fund. Well, guess what's going into the consolidated fund? The 150. We have 150 coming, you know. We have 150 coming and we have 150 going. People, and you hear what he said. Oh, I had him right on Wednesday night. Was it Wednesday? Early this week, he was on a program hosted by the new ambassador. And Minister Vast said, electricity, I have it right here. Electricity is the most important thing in the recovery process now. Electricity, not food, not water,
not shelter,
not medicine, not shelter. None of that is as important as electricity. And like somebody pointed out to me, how you going to put electricity in a house when you have no electric lines and you have no roof and people not live there? How is that? How is that going to be possible? And Iris, that's a good question you asked. Do they have shares in JPS? Do they have shares in JPS? And I'm willing to say, well, we should check it out to see who have shares in a JPS. Where is it? Let me see that. The PM owners and gangs. Minnesota community. Let me listen to this.
You recall that the leader of the opposition posed a question to me after my statement to Parliament, pretty much asking why would we release $150 million US to the JPS without the JPS satisfying us that they have the ability to raise the additional $200 million that they would need. And my simple answer was that the people want light. And if I can get a deal where I can lend them $150 million and bring forward the restoration of power in the most effective...
Hold on a second. If I can get a deal where I can lend them, it's not, it's lend them and us. Because you have 20%, Jamaica have 20% in that. So you're making it seem like you're giving it the money go to a foreign entity, a completely foreign entity. No, people, we have 20%. So what happened is, and here's the thing, how is it that we have a seat at the table? We have 20%, we have people on the board. How is it that them couldn't figure out all of them things here? How is it that they couldn't figure it out? Also, why would you want to run an entity like this and have no insurance? Or did they have insurance when Melissa hit? If me own 20% of a company like this, I'm going to try to protect my 20% stake. And we know we live in a hurricane belt and an earthquake belt, and that these things are likely to happen. The extent, we don't know, but they're likely to happen, and damage is going to happen. So why wouldn't you have some insurance, any insurance? Why? And up to now, we don't hear nothing about insurance. And that is the Jamaican government's interest as well. Here we go.
Affected areas by the end of January, early February, as against April, May, and possibly June, which is a projected timeline of the JPS, then I'm still at a loss as to how he could expect a responsible government to wait for a full financial package, which will take months to conclude and finalize, and not go ahead with the money that the government is prepared to lend on specific terms, which secures the government and the people of Jamaica and the taxpayers, whichever way the situation goes. They have a 5-year loan. If they get a license, a new license, they can raise capital and pay us back in 2 years when the license would be renewed.
Him don't know that. He doesn't know that. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's gobbledygook. He doesn't know that. Well, you must keep in mind, people, look at the message, but I want you also to look at the messenger. This is the same man who tried for lease protected property up at the Jonkro Mountain and the Blue Mountain, the border between, what was it, Portland and St. Mary. And St. Andrew, sorry, yeah. And the people in charge, it's also a UNESCO heritage site. And those people have to come down hard and say, no, him want to build, like him say, Airbnb him want to build out there. And him want to build it for little and nothing him want to get the land for. This is a same man, you know. One. This is a same man who was involved in the sale of rooms on the beach, our property, owned by the Jamaican government, valued at $13+ million, along with the surrounding beach, with the beach and some surrounding properties. He was instrumental. He was part, along with the Prime Minister. The report is there. Along with the Prime Minister and along with the board, to sell this property to the Mexicans for $7 million. For $7 million. It's valued at $13+ million. This is the same man who said, "Wanna give me $1.4 billion for buy 110 school buses. And the buses will be in Jamaica on or before the end of July of this year." So far, we don't have 110 school buses in Jamaica. They were not in Jamaica at the end of July. And so now we are saying, well, money there. What would change? What would change there? You didn't effect the full purchase. So where's the change? Where the money there? Or where are the buses? We don't get that. This is a same man. This is a same man who said them dunce, dark and stupid. We don't know, we don't put up that one there, Kevin. But this is the same man who said that. And now we must come and we must believe him now. We must believe this fool contract with Matawa. Them don't even know the interest rate. When he gave the speech, I'm asking, what the interest rate? He said, oh no, we're working on the interest rate. Them don't know the interest rate, them will charge on the loan. We ever hear something like this?
But the man said it is profitable either way. How?
How is it profitable?
So if they get a renewed contract, they can pay it back in 2 years. Okay. And if not?
No, finish up, Professor.
He give a part of an answer or something for hold us over. If they get a renewed contract, they can pay us back in 2 years. Okay. And if not? And so the benefit to the Jamaican people is that they get a service that they're currently paying for.
Well,
make sense.
It would seem like them get a benefit or something that they're already paying for. I mean, it makes no sense. Makes no sense. And because we just sit down like stooges and listen to this nonsense, that's why I can say these things.
Oh my God.
And they're stupid.
That's why I can say these things. They're dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid.
Dunce,
oh my God.
Dark, and they're stupid.
Only him alone have sense. And by the way, in case we forget, in case somebody might challenge me and say, well, him never said nothing about the buses. Here we go, about the buses.
People arguing that the buses will cost 1.4 billion. Can you clarify what the 1.4 billion covers?
Again, I've done it about 5 times, and I'm going to do it again for you. And if I have to do it 50 times, I'm going to do it. And if I have to go on a program for the next 3 months, 24/7, 365, I'll do it because.
No, that's not true. That's not true. And Mr. Sauls, yeah, Mr. Sauls would say you're lying because you know why? We invited him to come on this program, and him never fought one way. We invited him to come on the program and come defend this, and him not come.
Guess what? It's important. The $1.4 billion is the same $1.4 billion that the PNP is proposing to spend to give 20,000 families $2,500 a week paid to the taxi man or the whoever man, I don't know. This situation is different. We are buying assets, 110 buses. We have to pay inland freight to get them to the locations, most of them Miami or New York, which is quite an expensive feat. We have to pay sea freight to get them to Jamaica. That also is expensive based on the size and the dimensions of the buses. Then we have to pay duty, albeit concessionary duty for government. Then we are buying 1 year worth of spare parts. Then we are putting in place a service contract for 3 years that is to the specifications that are being carried out by the Department of Transport in the United States of America. So we're not changing that. That also is quite expensive. We are putting in a cashless system in every bus. We are putting in the technology, which consists of several varying different pieces of technology in order for the parents to be able to track their children, the schools, and of course for the government to be able to monitor the bus, geofence it so we know where the bus is and if the bus comes off the route.
Here and now.
These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July.
I know me say so. I know me say so. When you hear that, the 110 buses will be here in Jamaica by the end of July. July come and gone and the 110 buses still not there. Make we continue with it, with this foolishness.
Will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July. 26 are here and 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That puts us at 40. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is 1 point.
You hear that? So if in case somebody would have said, oh, I meant July next year, you hear him saying, no, I'm saying by in a few weeks, the buses might have structured shipments, you know, X amount upon this ship, X amount upon that ship, Y, whatever. But by the end of July, they would all be in Jamaica. And now one must come listen to this man. Remember now, we have I'm just giving you some of the allegations against him. The one with the property up in the Jonker Mountain and Blue Mountain. We have the rooms on the beach. We have the bus. And now we have this. And God knows what happened in between all of those events. And now we have this.
Well, let's blow the bus then.
Yeah, listen, even if people want to speculate and say, well, you know, maybe I'm involved in more things or whatever, put that to the side. Let's just focus on the 4 things we know about. Again, the John Crow, Mountain and the Blue Mountain, rooms on the beach, school bus, and this one. So for them 3 there. Oh, and here's why I think they do it. Here's why they do it. You know why they can do these things and get away with it? Apart from them thinking that we're dunce, dark, and stupid. You know why? Because it's not for them money. Ask him if he had to put up this deal and put fee money. If he would have do it.
He do it?
No. That's all you have for the people. Just ask a simple question. Ask, would they do this if it's their money? Because you know why? If them lose all of that money, it not stop him from sleep. It not stop him from eat. It not stop him from from entertaining.
It doesn't stop him from getting paid.
It not stop him from getting paid. It not stop him from doing nothing. But if he had to do it out of his pocket, see, that's the approach politicians should take. They should take the approach that, listen, I'm gonna treat this as if this is my money and me have to invest it because I have to make sure that I don't lose. But when it's somebody else's money where you have to play with, when it's house money you have to play with, When at the gambling house money up there, you know, win, lose, or draw, you don't care. Because you're not going to feel it. It won't stop you from living the lifestyle that you were living before you entered into the gambling house. Or wherever it is that you go and you get this money and you go and use it. No. People only have to get up and realize and start take a stand. But it's not enough for us to say, well, the man, them thief and the man. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Professor. Here's the thing. And all of the people who are watching. We are witnesses to all these things happening. And if we say, yeah, all of them are thief, what does that make us?
If we know,
we are witnessing, we are witnessing what's going on. And if all we can say, the whole of them are thief, and them continue to do these things, what does that make us? We are complicit in our own demise. Meaning, whatever happened to it, we are help it for happen to it. We are help it from to it. Because the question is, what we do? Speaking of what we do, stick a pin on a point that Kevin, because we still have to get to market me. December 8th, the court is going to render a judgment on Mr. Paul Buchanan's submission. Mr. Paul Buchanan, for those of you who don't know or you've forgotten, he, through his attorney, Mr. Hugh Wildman, filed a submission with the court saying that there were irregularities with the voting that took place in West Central St. Andrew on September 3rd of this year. And they've submitted their affidavits talking about double voting, intimidation, detour from the agreed upon route to take the boxes, violation of the 100-meter rule that says you can't have crowds gathering within 100 meters of the polling station, etc. The judge is going to rule on that because the constituted authority that was supposed to send those complaints to the election court, they looked and examined the evidence, which they are not supposed to do. They weren't supposed to do it. They're not supposed to do it. They did it. They're not supposed to look at the quality of the evidence, the weight, the admissibility, none of that. You know who's supposed to do that? The court. So they acted like a court. So now Mr. Paul Buchanan is in court now complaining about what they did and saying, no, we need to have a do-over. We need to have a do-over. And so if this do-over takes place, once the court says, and this court that's going to render a judgment has several options, but let's just say that a decision is rendered either on December 8th or sometime thereafter, that the election that was held in West Central St. Andrew on September 3rd is declared null and void. Immediately, we don't have a prime minister. We don't have a prime minister immediately. And in fact, guess what? We don't have a cabinet because you can't have a country. Jamaica can't run without the prime minister. That's in the constitution. And a deputy prime minister is not a position, is not a constitutional position like the DPP or the prime minister, chief justice, whatever. It's not that. That's something them come up with in a parliament. And the only time you can have a deputy prime minister is if you have a prime minister. If you don't have a prime minister under our system, then there's no deputy. So immediately we don't have a prime minister. So the JLP will then have to caucus and give the governor general a name and say, hey, this is a person whom we have confidence to lead the government. And then once that person is appointed, then that person will now have to form a cabinet. Because that's the role of a new prime minister, to name your cabinet. And we have heard through the grapevine that there are certain people who are watching this carefully and hoping that Mr. Paul Buchanan is successful because they want to be prime minister. And we have also heard that the we have also heard that certain business entities in Jamaica, they want Minister Tufton. Their money is on Minister Tufton. And we know Minister Tufton has expressed an interest for higher office. And I guess that's one of them. I guess that's it's plausible to think that he's talking about being prime minister. But he comes with a lot of baggage. And you see how we are segue, Kevin. You see we are Dali. You see we are dribble, right?
Right.
But he comes with a lot of baggage. He comes with a lot of baggage. But before we dally on to Minister Tufton, and we leave Minister Vaz with the Prime Minister, what we have to say is that when this thing takes place, what we're going to do in the event that the court should say that there was nothing wrong with the election. I've read the submissions, and I've also looked at what the Prime Minister did back in 1998 when he filed to have the Mr. Blake's win overturned. When he filed, and some of the same argument he used in 1998, they're now using against him in 2025. So once that the court, in the event the court should rule that nothing was wrong, I'm asking all of you right now. I'm asking all of you because Mr. Paul Buchanan is going to have to appeal. We're not supporting a political party. We're not supporting a political candidate. We're supporting a legal principle. One man, one vote. Same man, same vote. We are supporting the sanctity of our elections. And it doesn't matter whether it was whether it was the rules were reversed. We would still be doing this. So I want all of you, my people, my brothers and sisters, all of you who say, well, we want to do something about Jamaica, but you haven't because you're fearful or whatever the reason is. I'm asking all of you to put aside right now, put aside $100 so that we can pay for the appeal, or at least we can help to defray some of the costs of the appeal. We can help because of this principle that the elections in Jamaica must be free and fair. That people voting in elections should not be fearful. They shouldn't worry about, but a whole bunch of people for the other party and me go down there and no, I can't go, so me not go about a vote. One of the other things, Kevin, was that there was electioneering going on election day, which is prohibited. They had the candidate's picture, they had loud music, they had this, they had that going on. That can't work. So I'm asking all of you to put aside $100. We may not need it. I'm hoping that we don't. But if we do, come the 9th of September, I will be the first one to put up $200. 200 I will put up. I may put up more, but I'll definitely, I'm committed. Like the Prime Minister said, I don't make promises, I make commitments. Well, I'm committed to at least $200. And all I ask you to do is join me and put up 100 if you can, or whatever you can. If you can put up 200, 500, 1,000, because you believe in the rule of law. This is about the rule of law. It's not about a political candidate or a political party. So this is what I'm asking all of you to do. Open up a little trade bag, and the money we want to save all year for buy Christmas presents and things like that. Just put aside a little 100 if you can. If you can only put 20, that's okay too. We'll take it. But we'll look for like...
You realize one of the things that happened, Provost? A lot of people have made commitments to help people in Jamaica. That's another thing. And so people are being pulled in all kind of directions because here's this injustice, and it is riding on a line where it could teeter in either way. And if it go the wrong way, here it is diaspora coming up again.
Yes.
And what we have been seeing happening in the past 4 weeks is mainly the diaspora stepping up to provide. The diaspora has been doing more relief work, that, as we have seen it, than the government that has received all the resources from international governments and organizations.
True.
So it might be a tall ask, yes, but we need to also recognize that if the precedent is already set, because the very same case that is being used is the very same person involved in this used a case that is referenced to support this.
Yes.
They were the ones that created the precedents.
Yep.
So in order to prevent an injustice, we may be asked to go a step further. And then we can continue in the process to making Jamaica better. But it's all in the grand scheme of things, in making Jamaica better and holding people accountable. That's the other thing. That push also needs to happen. We all need to push to hold people accountable. Whether it be the ruling party or the opposition party, really don't care. Accountability is blind, just like justice is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And so it's all part and in parcel of the whole thing. So let's just keep that in mind. It's not just another ask to dip a little deeper. It's an ask to try to set aside another something. You know, cut out one more cup of coffee.
Right. So, you know, Kevin is right. It's another ask, but it's not a definite ask, because if the court comes back, should the court come back on December 8th and say, yes, Mr. Buchanan, you do have a case, then we don't need the money. We don't need it. All I'm saying to you is just kind of just put it aside, at least in the back of your mind, that, hey, I may have to do this, because people, you know, you say people say they want to get rid of the prime minister. And believe me, his own party, I'm getting word from inside that there are members in there who are cheering on Paul Buchanan. They want to see him go, but they can't come out and say, well, you know, we want him to go, or vote of no confidence. They don't want to do that. So now, if this occurs and then there is a redo of the election, well, first of all, he's no longer prime minister, right? They're going to have to go get a prime minister. And if them have the redo and them lose the election, that's even worse. But there are people who want to get rid of him. And so what they're saying is that, you know what? This is a good idea. This is another way to skin the cat, because we have balls who want to get rid of him and blah, 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 blah. And so now, even his own people, what I'm hearing is that they're saying, well, this is a good way to get rid of him, because should he go based on this, him can't blame we. Him can't say it's internal strife and it's bad mind within the party, because then they will say it's not us, it's Paul Buchanan, it's the court, it's Hugh Wildman, it's all of them, right? It's not us. We had no choice. We just had to do it.
Wait, did I miss something somewhere along the lines? Sharon Pearson, what about the demise of the MP for East Portland? Which MP are you talking about? And which demise? You heard anything about that, Will?
No. So So, folks, I'm asking, I'm pleading, I'm imploring, I'm begging you for the sake of the rule of law. The rule of law, because here's the thing, people. We have one set of laws in Jamaica, you know, but the application is different. The application is different. That's why you don't see no rich people in a prison, you know. You don't see no politicians that sit down in a prison right now. You don't see the titans of industry sitting down in prison. You don't see people of influence. You don't see none of those people in prison, because it's not because they haven't committed crimes. It's simply because of links and the application of the law. Look on the man who jumped the king's house and go pick, you know, when pick mango or whatever and pick Aki, get jail time. And yet we have politicians who are far worse than that, and them plead guilty and them not get no time in prison. None.
Them get another position.
And in fact, they're sitting in parliament right now. Right? So, people, if you really, because here's the thing, and I open to notice this with me by now. Me not give up, you know. Me sit down and I have to figure out, okay, how we can get to this, you know, and the door lock. We say, okay, how we can go around it, you know, how we can jump over it, how we can bust through it, because we have to get to our destination. And the destination in this case is good governance. It's the rule of law. So, again, I'm asking you, keep the little thing like a thread bag, just keep it ready, and all on the list note for December 8th, figure what the court is going to rule. That's what? That's 10 days from now. No. 9 days from now.
Yeah, tomorrow is the 1st.
Oh, no, tomorrow the 30th.
No, you're right.
Yeah. So,
yeah, 10.
So, 9, yeah, so I want to just pay attention to this thing and get the thing ready. Hopefully, we won't need it. But if we do, we will have something that we can say. We will support the appeal. We don't care what file the appeal. We will support the appeal. Right? Speaking of which, quickly, Kevin, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, they've been sending out mixed messages, people. So what I'm going to tell all of you right now, go and register and vote, because they're saying that, first of all, they came out and they gave us a date. Then they came out and said we're postponing it and it's going to be next year. And I'm being told that people are actually voting right now and that they have declared candidates for the Northeast, of which I am one. But they haven't declared candidates in other regions, for example, in the South. So why is it that they have declared candidates for the Northeast but not the South? I thought all this was going to happen in based on standard rules, and the election was going to happen the same day for everybody. Right. So I don't understand what's going on. So I'm telling all of you, and if I can put it up, I was part of the Kevin. Yeah, which part it up?
It's in Diaspora.
Diaspora, all right. It's a Diaspora, huh? All right, let me put up the first one. All right, here's the first one. Let me share the screen, huh? Doop, doop, doop. All right, here it is. This is the first one to put up, you know. Right? This is the first one they put up, informing us that there is going to be an election and that you should register at www.connectmeja.com. Please, people, screenshot that. Go now and register. Go now and register.
You're going to see a big postponed on the flyer. Click on it still.
All right. Click on it. And you see what they say right here? Registration starts the 15th of October, and the same thing as nominations. And the election was going to be the 20th of November. through the 13th of December. Well, here is what happened. By the way, this is where when you click on connect, what's it? Connect Jamaica.
Connect Me Jamaica.
Connect Me Jamaica. When you go, this is what you're gonna see when you go to the homepage. You see voters registration. Just go there, please. Go there in your numbers. Tell your friend, tell your family, tell your neighbors, tell everybody, your co-worker, your church sister, your church brother, your lodge sister, your lodge brother, wherever you have an affiliation, just go and tell them to vote, as long as they're Jamaicans, and vote. So you register right here, where it says voter registration on the left, and then you go all the way over to where it says check vote. Right? You can check your vote. I think that's where your vote. Verify your vote and come that your vote has been counted. Okay, vote now. See right here? Vote now. See that? Vote now. See that? Vote now. See that? Vote now. And you see this over here, so register now. Register now. Register now. So you're only concerned with the left box and the right box. Forget about nominate. Just those two. Now, remember we showed you this one, right? Here is what come up recently. See this? The 24th, 5 days ago, Jamaica Diaspora Council elections postponed. And what I just showed you, this is what you see right here. Postponed when? Until January 2026. Don't let them fool you, people, because look,
same way.
Click on it and go. Look at what they said. They said elections for members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council have been postponed until January next year. So the elections, they're saying, they didn't talk about registration. They just said the election postponed until January of next year. Now, look right down so. Look here. See this? Look at the last sentence on the first paragraph. It says no specific date was given for when the elections will be held. No specific date. So how you can have people a vote now when there's no specific date? But voting is going on right now. Who's the candidate for the UK, Rosemary? We don't know. I don't know, I should say. I must ask producer Joan and OT who is. But I do know that there are 4 candidates for the Northeast. They have the incumbent, Michelle Tolonil, and they have 2 ladies and me. 4. For the South, they don't have anybody. They haven't declared the candidates yet. So please, oh, hold on. Let me put this up there. Also, so this is what they put out. But then they also put out, we also saw this. Look at this. Look at that. They said the nomination period will end the 19th of January. Look at the top. See it right there? And then the publication of the final slate will be on the 21st of January next year. And then you have a campaign period, the 21st or the 27th. And then the voter registration period will end on the 24th. And then the voting will start on the 28th of January to the 20th of February. But the newspaper says something else. So we don't know. And then they're doing something else because people are actually voting now. You shouldn't be able to vote until the 28th of January. And people are voting right now. Don, I don't know if Lloyd decided to run for the UK.
And people, don't worry about what you see, about whatever being expired or anything, postponed. Click on it, do your registration, and vote if you can. Go ahead and do it.
And as my friend said, do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Go and register to vote and vote now. Vote now. If you go on there and it will allow you to vote, vote. And
while
this campaigning period, are we in a campaign? The campaign period doesn't start till the 21st of January. So I don't know what's going on. It's all.
But they're allowing voting to happen. I'm still waiting to see who it is that is representing these areas. One, because nominations have happened, so they can put it out. But since they move it back based on Hurricane Melissa, that didn't happen anywhere in the diaspora.
I forgot to talk about that. I forgot to talk about that. Thank you very much, Professor. People, look at it. Let me go back and show you this. Take a look at.
And while Will is pulling that up, do remember to click on the like button on YouTube and subscribe if you haven't. Go ahead.
Look at this. Look. I'll put it up. Look at this. Voting for the council members was slated to run from November 20th until December 13th, but a notice issued from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Want to see how I run it? It's not a notice from the diaspora. It's a diaspora organization with diaspora people running in the election, but it's run by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Now, let me show you something else. Kevin just remind me. All right, here we go. Look at that sentence up top. The announcement said that the elections were being postponed because of Hurricane Melissa and the destruction it brought to Jamaica. Now, think about that, my people. Think about that. Think about that. Melissa did not have any effect on the US, UK, Canada, the three areas where you have the majority of Jamaicans living. Didn't have an effect. Affected Jamaica. The people voting are people living overseas. If you live at Jamaica, you're not eligible to vote in this election. It's people who live in the diaspora. It's diaspora voting for diaspora for positions in the diaspora organization. So, how is it that the government of Jamaica, during the height of COVID-19 in Jamaica, called an election and make people run the risk for get infected, for go stand up in a line back of people for go vote? How is it that they can call an election with a pandemic raging across the country, but then they're going to cancel an election overseas because of a hurricane that didn't affect anyone overseas directly? Didn't affect you directly. It may have affected your folks, but it doesn't stop you from voting. And this voting over here, you don't have to go stand up in any line. It takes you 5 minutes. Sign on, vote, sign off. So what is this nonsense that Melissa is the cause for the postponement of the election? People in the Suwagwana. On the Suwagwana. Hold on there. On the Suwagwan. But let me show you what Wagwan. See, Tino, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And you said I've shown, some of you have seen this many times, but it's worth showing again. See, right this up, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Them around the thing. Now look here. This is why you need somebody who's gonna go inside there, and as our dear friend, one common name would say, shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. We need to shake it up because watch your people. Here it is. Look at the top. There it is. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council will be led. So everybody are going to follow. And supported It will be led and supported by 4 individuals. And the 4 individuals, 3 of them live at Jamaica. What could I go, sir? What could I go, sir? You have a diaspora organization, and diaspora simply means people from a particular country living overseas. Essentially, that's what it means. It means if you live overseas, then you're a member of the diaspora. Right? And 3 of the people running this thing, them live at Jamaica. And not only do they live in Jamaica, they're government officials. And the one person from the diaspora is a person that they have appointed. They have appointed. And then look at the last paragraph. The Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade will be the Secretariat of the GJDC, with the Director, Diaspora Affairs, serving as Secretary to the Council. Them run the whole thing. One must ask them, and I wish that we could have a town hall meeting, all 4 of us running in the Northeast, the region with the highest concentration of Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica, from Vermont to Virginia. Wish we could have a debate, a town hall meeting, and you get to ask us questions, and we get to ask each other questions. They ask me questions, and I ask them questions. Can you know that I go already, you know? You know that I go. But they watch, they won't have it. They won't have it. But they're running this thing, and ask them, how many people in the diaspora with a need have you helped over the 3 years that you've been occupying this seat, carrying around this title? How many people in the diaspora have you and the Jamaican government helped? Because one of the things that they said in the policy is that the Jamaican government will help people overseas to succeed. How many persons have they helped since this thing started back in 2020? How many people? How many? People don't make them fool on you, know. Sharon is the nomination of voting for Glorious Girl postponed till January. We don't know, because right now you can register to vote, and you can also vote, even though they've said they send something out saying all of this is going to take place in January. You can do it now. Sharon, let me put this up here, because I think you probably joined us late and you didn't see this. Here it is. Look at the date. See that? You can nominate somebody, according to this, up to the 19th of January next year. And then by the 21st, they're going to put out the slate of all of the people running for these positions. Well, guess what? They've done it already for the Northeast, but they haven't done it for the South, and God knows where else they haven't done it. And then they say you have a campaign period the same day that they come out with a slate of final candidates or final slate of candidates. That same day you can start campaigning, and you have from the 21st, them give you a week. 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th. Them give you a week for campaign. But while you're campaigning, the voter registration period is going to end. It will end on the 24th, in the middle of the campaign period. So while we start campaigning, you can still vote, register to vote. And then you vote on the 28th of January. See, try this out, 28th of January to the 20th of February, you vote. And then they give you the results on the 23rd. So people, look, we're going to move on now to Minister Tufton, because here we slide on, and we slide, well, I'm going to say slide on one, but we slide on glide over into him when we said that we've heard through the grapevine that he, concerning his ambition to become Jamaica's next prime minister, right? We hear about that. By the way, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, you will hear me talk more about it next week, all of next week. But for now, just go and register and vote if they'll allow you to. Now, what I wanted to do is, where is where is this thing, Kevin? Is one put up in picture with the young lady, and then oh, tough done. Okay, here it is. All right. What I want to do now, folks, it only makes sense. Unlike the Integrity Commission, what we're gonna do, Kevin and I, we're gonna do a little skit. We're gonna do a it's not a recreation. What we call it? A
reenactment.
Reenactment of the interview conducted by them. But here's what we're gonna do it the right way, and we're gonna do it the wrong way. We're gonna do it the right way initially, because what we're going to do is that we are going to show you the basis for the investigation in law and in policy. Because what they're saying, what the commission was saying, was that there was a conflict of interest, because it was alleged that there was a relationship between Minister Tufton and this lady, and not only a professional relationship, there's a personal relationship, and therefore he would be required to report that, and as a result, I don't think she would even be eligible to get the contract. That's one. So we're going to put those things up and show you, because we want you to follow. We don't want to tell you the story and then tell you what them violate. We just want to show you. So one of the first things I want to do is this. You remember there was an argument about the Nolan principles that the commission had trained the government, opposition and ruling party, and the opposition signed off on the Nolan principles, but that the government didn't sign off on it. This is not something that happened just yesterday or when they received the training. This thing happened way back 23 years ago. 23 years ago. You don't believe me? Here's a proof. Look at the date on that. There it is. Ministry Paper 19, 2002. And it talks about the conduct of ministers, how you're supposed to conduct yourself, proper decorum, all that. And here it is, standards in public life, and here it is right here. Talks about the 7 principles of public life. Here they are. Selflessness. Look at the next one, integrity. See that? Holders of public office not place themselves under and should be under financial or other obligation to outside individuals or organizations that might influence them in the performance of their official duties. Selflessness, look at that. It is an offense. Holder of public office should take decisions solely in terms of the public interest. It is an offense to do so in order to gain financial or other material benefits for themselves, their families, and friends. All right, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership. It was signed by PJ Patterson, and look at the date, 29th of April 2002. This thing has been around. So for them to refuse to sign this, I don't understand why. Because they were supposed to be acting under this, and this was signed for Parliament. Now they were asked to sign it for the commission, and they won't sign it for the commission, even though in Parliament they have to act under this regime. But the question is, and then it goes on, conduct of ministers, it starts, it tells you what they should and what they shouldn't do, right? The question is, were they acting? Were they acting in concert with the rules? Look at this. Look at number 3. Look at this one right here. Look at this one right here. This one. It is of paramount importance. It is of great importance that ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament, correcting any inadvertent error at the earliest opportunity. Ministers who knowingly mislead Parliament will be expected to offer their resignation to the Prime Minister. No, the Commission is a creature of Parliament. You could argue that it is Parliament. And so when that investigation took place, they were supposed to tell the truth, right? No, that's number 1. Let me move to number 2, Public Procurement Act. Let me go to this one. You have anything you want to say, Kevin?
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Oh,
In relation to this, or just generally?
Generally.
Generally, just a few reminders. OJLDF.net. Visit the website, see how you can participate in the activities of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and that's where you go to make your donations. If you sign the Magnitsky Act, you don't donate there. You go to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation's website to make your donations. And you can specify there what you want to donate to, whether it is hurricane relief or the Magnitsky Act or just the running of the foundation. That is where you do it. And do like, subscribe, and share this broadcast. Please and thanks.
All right. This is the handbook of public sector procurement procedures, which the minister should be familiar with, right? Here, conflict of interest. That's one of the things that the commission looked at. And here it says, any government of Jamaica employee of which a minister is involved in the procurement process, and he was involved in the procurement process, even though the commission was saying that he wasn't really involved. But you're gonna see that he was involved, was entered into or is about to enter financial or business relationship that might involve a conflict of interest, must immediately inform their supervisors in writing.
Immediately.
Yeah, immediately tell them about it. And here's a definition. Here, look at this note up here. See this? Says this one right also. Public officers shall declare any personal interest that may affect or might reasonably be deemed by others to affect impartiality in any matter relevant to their duties. So if it's directly and indirectly. So if it could be reasonably deemed by somebody that there's something going on between these two, and it might affect the impartiality of the matter, then it must be. But then it's not only that person, but also if you know about it, you have a duty to report it. And guess what? The person you're involved with too, them have a duty because they're charged under the law. Now, here it is. A conflict of interest exists when employees involved in the procurement process, look at this, have a direct or indirect interest or a relationship with an outsider that is inherently unethical, or who it might be implied or construed could make possible personal gain due to his or her ability to influence dealings or otherwise inhibit the impartiality of the employee's judgment. It's right there. It means what it says. Here it is, right? A public officer shall declare any, there's a word right there, any relationship with a bidder, contractor, or consultant. And by the way, that lady claimed to be a consultant, and shall take no part. So the first thing is that you have to declare the relationship. The second thing is you can't take any part in the decision-making process or the implementation of the contract where such a relationship exists. Now, what the law says, this that you're seeing here, it's reflective of the Public Procurement Act or Public Procurement Regulations of 2008. And you see where it says this consanguinity or affinity? That's the definition of a personal relationship. That's just one type of relationship. You have social, you have professional, you have all kinds of relationship. So this was only defining a personal relationship is defined as. But look above it, where it says a public officer shall declare what? Any relationship. Any means what? All. You have to declare it. You have to declare it. And here's another one. And I don't know if we'll have time to even get to the law, because this is actually a reflection of the law. So everything I'm showing you here, you can go to the Public Procurement Act or the Public Procurement Regulations, 2008, 2015, 2018, and you will find You will find them there. And by the way, the commission made an error when it says that some of these laws, they ended in 2018. Not true. They ended April 1st, 2019. That's why we don't call them Integrity Commission. We call them Commission. All right. It is no individual shall use his or her authority or office for personal gain. Personal gain includes accepting or requesting anything of material value from bidders, prospective bidders, or contractors for the individual. We'll stop it right there. So, and that you must, right here, so you must adhere to the highest standards of honesty and integrity in all relationships. And this is important. You must comply with the letter and the spirit of the laws of Jamaica. There it is. And it goes on and on and on. Gifts. Public officers shall not accept gifts. So let me ask you a question. If you're sleeping with somebody who is in the process of getting a contract with the government and you're a government official, is that act a gift? Is that act a gift? I would argue that it is. I would argue that it is. And here it is that you must report all of this stuff, all of this. You have to report it. And then here it is. Here it is why I said it. It says right here, examples of unethical conduct. And here it is. Accepting or requesting money, travel, meals, entertainment, gifts. Here's another one. Favors. And you've heard the term sexual favors. Favors, discounts, or anything of material value. And this is in the disjunctive, or, not and. So it's this, that, that. And here it is again. You can't ask people to help you violate the public procurement rules. It's right here. And you can't ignore ethics, code of ethics. All right, we'll move this now. Here's what we're going to do now. The Integrity Commission did a very sloppy investigation. Let me pull up their thing, and I'm going to show you something here. By the way, we've been told that that's his friend right here.
Oh boy.
I'll be clear. Hold on. Okay. I was trying to make an arrow, but it didn't work. But anyway, let me just make it green.
The struggle is real, boy.
The struggle is really real. No, it's real. There is the young lady, and I don't know her. I don't know who it is, but it has been pronounced in public that this is the lady, the minister's friend. All right. Now, let me move this. Kevin, you know me need now. Let me just go to the report.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it right there. Okay, no, here it is. Sorry. All right. Before Kevin and I go into this little skit here, because Kevin going to ask me a bunch of questions, right?
Yeah, I'll set it up. I'll be right back.
All right. Let me show you something. Oh, we already spoke about that the violation committed by the commission, in the sense that the commission violated its own rules in terms of the gag order, and they told Minister Tufton and his friend and 2 permanent secretaries, former and a current one, about the investigation. So when people were asking, well, how did they find out about this? Oh, well, we hear things before it has been tabled in Parliament. Trace it back to that. And by the way, Mr. what's his name? Dunstan Bryan, who was the permanent secretary at one point, he was a permanent secretary from November 2018 until August 2024. He left where we've been given the understanding that he left on a study tour or a study, go overseas to study. And now we've been given the understanding that he has returned to Jamaica. We don't know why. We don't know in what capacity. The only thing that we know based on this report is that this gentleman cannot be trusted. This gentleman should have been charged. He should have been charged for some of the things that he said with in the report. In fact, the quarterly report that should have occurred, he didn't even know that a contract received, the first contract received by Market Me, it wasn't put in the quarterly report. No, that first contract was in January of 2017. No, he came on board November 2018. But there is a contract that happened while he was there. The contract was on July 4th, 2019, in the amount of 38.9 million Jamaican dollars. And it wasn't reported. It wasn't reported. Now, let me show you something here. Let me show you how the commission, and we're going to talk about the commission for a little bit. But look at this. Well, actually, the first paragraph, it says, this investigation report concerns allegations of conflict of interest. Remember me telling about that? In the award of contracts to the entity Market Me Consulting Limited by the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development and implementation of a social marketing campaign during the period January 2016 to December 2020. Now, we know that this is not true. Let me see if I can big it up. This is false. Or as Mr. Sauls would say, they're lying to us. You know why? Because in January 2016, you know who was in power? It was the PNP. And this lady, she made it clear that she made her overtures to the Ministry of Health in March when the JLP took over in 2016. And you see what they also said, this January 2016, look at the last line of the first paragraph. During the period January 2016 to December 2020. Now we know that December 2020 is not correct because you know why? There were 2 contracts issued to the same Market Me by the same ministry in 2021. There was a contract issued on January 12, 2021, and another one March 16, 2021. So how come them have this period right or so? This period here is wrong. This period, January 2016 to December 2020 is wrong. It didn't start in January 2016, it started March 2016, and it didn't end December 2020. The contract ended in 2021. So we have a problem with them. They don't even know the dates. What them I talk about. All right. Now, what we're going to do now is we don't know how this is going to go, you know, because we didn't practice, right? we didn't practice, people, believe me. So what happened now is Kevin is going to ask me questions, Kevin is going to pretend. Actually, Kevin is going. What you want to do, Kevin? You want me to go first, or you want you go first?
Well, mine is shorter.
Okay. So you will question me. You will pretend to be the
other way around. Because me as market me is shorter.
Okay, so you want me to ask you then the question?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Here's first question. I'm gonna first question. Well, here we'll do it like a real thing. Good afternoon, Ms. McDonough. As you're aware, we're investigating your company and the contracts, the 15 contracts that it received from the Ministry of Health. There were allegations about conflict of interest, and there were allegations about the contracts themselves. And the purpose of this investigation is to determine if there were any violations. And because you are, or you were intimately connected to the dealings with the ministry, we would like to ask, or I would like to ask you some questions pertaining to those dealings, and also your connection to the minister and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The first question is, where did you go to school?
Good evening. Do pardon my voice. I'm a little bit hoarse, coming down with something. Of what relevance is my schooling? Based on the interview, it's about market me, not about me.
Yes. The reason why your schooling is important is because we have information indicating that the minister, who has a PhD in marketing, was a lecturer at the University of the West Indies. And so we're trying to determine where, how, when you met him. So the question again is, let me rephrase. Did you attend the University of the West Indies?
Again,
as
that's irrelevant to the
or were you there? I beg your pardon?
I still don't see it relevant. That's again irrelevant to the basis of the interview, which is about market me.
Okay. The relevance is that the minister said that he lectured at the university. We would like to know if you were at any point at the university while he was there as a lecturer, and were you there as a student, as a lecturer, or in some other capacity?
That's still about me and not market me.
Okay. How did you meet the minister?
Okay.
Well, first of all, have you ever met the minister?
Well, yes.
Where did you meet the minister?
The minister and I met back in 2016, during the period of which Market Me was involved in Jamaica Moves. So 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. And based on that, I'd like to reiterate and to make it clear that Dr. Tufton and I only had a professional relationship.
You just testified that you met, or you just provided information that you met the minister in 2016. Can you recall when in 2016 you met the minister?
that would be when we made arrangements as it related to Jamaica moves.
Okay. All right. Let me just pause here and give a little comment. She claimed that she met the minister, I think in 2011, and that Market Me was registered in 2013. It was 2016 when she went and started her negotiations with the ministry. So she met him in 2011, and the company Market Me was registered in 2013. So you met him in 2011
in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity. Would you care to say specifically where and when and in what capacity?
I manage the data center for the party.
Okay. You manage the data center for the party, and that's where you met Minister Tufton.
Correct.
Were you aware at the time that when you met Minister Tufton that he was married?
I don't see the relevance of that.
Okay. You don't want to tell us where you went to school. You don't want to tell us if you went to the University of the West Indies. You don't want to tell us if you were there while he was there. And also, the question I would have asked along those lines is, were you, when he was lecturing, if you were there as a student, were you in any of his classes? But you don't want to answer that. And you said you met in 2011 in a professional setting. You were managing a data center for the party, and you started this company in 2013. Are you aware that Minister Tufton has a specialty in marketing?
I am now aware, since we have worked together with Market Me.
Okay. You said that you met Minister Tufton in a professional setting. What would you say if I told you, and I'm telling you now, that Minister Tufton said he met you in a social setting, and he met you in a running club? He didn't meet you at the data center doing work for the party. What would you say if I told you that Minister Tufton said that? Would you say that he's lying?
Well, it would have been a big running club. I don't know who would have met me from who didn't.
So you're not quite sure then if the meeting took place at the running club or at which one took place first, the meeting at the running club or the meeting at the party, at the party. And that party, I take it that to mean that you're talking about the Jamaica Labour Party, correct?
Well, as I stated before, I can say that I remember meeting him in 2011 in a professional capacity as I managed the data center for the party.
Mm-hmm. Before 2016, after you formed Market Me, and before you registered Market Me in 2013, did Market Me have a contract with the government?
Sorry, before when?
Between the time, from the date of registration 2013 to 2016, when you got your contract, actually 2017, January 2017. Between then, did you have a contract with the previous government?
Well, me not see the information there.
The reason why I'm asking is because it just seemed rather strange that you would You would form a company in 2013. You would have an affiliation with the minister who's a marketing genius. Your company would be called Market Me. It would be a marketing company. But then the first time you would get a contract would be, the first time you get a contract would be in 2017 under a new government. Because you're claiming that your first interaction with him as far as Market Me and the government is concerned is occurred back in March, somewhere about March, April timeframe, when the government changed, and so you approached him with this Market Me idea.
Well, to my knowledge, and my recollection, there was no substantive involvement of.
Okay, there's no substantive involvement. First, let's look at the issue of, before we get into the contracts, direct contracting and emergency contracting. Let's look at the conflict of interest piece. Before the contract, before you receive the contract, did you have a sexual relationship with the minister, or with I should say with Mr. Tufton, because he didn't become a minister until 2016?
You're asking me questions about my personal life and not relating to Market Me. I don't see the relevance.
Okay, let me explain the relevance to you. It's relevant because, as we just pointed out, if you have a relationship with somebody and you're a public officer, you're supposed to report that immediately. In fact, you shouldn't even get involved with that if the person is trying to obtain a contract or contracts with the government. If you're a public officer, you have to report that, and essentially you shouldn't even be involved with a relationship like that. So that's why I'm asking, did you have a personal relationship with him?
We only met in a professional capacity.
You only met in a professional capacity. When did that capacity change? When did it go from being a professional capacity to a sexual relationship?
Again, my personal life, this is not an interview about me personally, it's about Market Me. So my professional life has no bearing on this interview.
Well, here's why there is some bearing. Because you said, right? You said that your relationship with the minister was completely professional from 2016 through 2020. Is that true?
Correct.
But then, if we take it that face value that your professional relationship ended, or you had another relationship with him after 2020, then it would be problematic because you had contracts in 2021. Didn't you have contracts in 2021?
In 2021?
Yep.
Well, in 2021, Market Me Consulting Limited.
In fact, let me stop you there, Miss McDonough. Let me stop you there. In fact, you said that first you gave a statement. You gave a statement, and the statement was that you said the Honorable Christopher Tufton is personally known to me since 2011 when I was working in a professional capacity. And since that time, we have worked periodically in a professional capacity. And that you became aware of various allegations on social media in or about July 2020 with the title Wife Cheated On. And that a lot of things were said about a myriad of allegations about you and the minister. And that you were involved in a romantic relationship with him for 7 years. And you said which allegations were false. I'm not even gonna ask you, because it sounds like a compound sentence, like everything just mixed up. I would ask you individually, were you in a relationship with a romantic relationship with the minister? Was that relationship for 7 years?
I consider a romantic affiliation as alleged to be a private matter, which has no bearing on the contractual relationship between Market Me and the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
You said that because you said you consider romantic affiliation to be a private matter. Yes, and it has nothing to do with the contractual relationship between Market Me and the ministry. However, in terms of a conflict of interest, if you're having a romantic relationship with him, then you shouldn't be eligible to get contracts from the government. Therein lies the conflict of interest. If you're sleeping with him, you're not eligible. You shouldn't be getting contracts from his ministry, as a matter of fact, too. It's not like some other ministry. His ministry. If that is what you're doing, you shouldn't be having. And then also, if this is so false, I just find it curious. This is not a question, just an observation. I find it curious that you didn't file a lawsuit for defamation. If what they said about you is just completely made up, I mean, those are some serious accusations that you're sleeping with this married man and that you had this relationship for 7 years. Did you sue anybody on this?
I did not.
I can't hear you.
I did not pursue any such matters. And I would like to make it abundantly clear.
Yes.
In 2016,
I hear you. Your voice is trailing.
2016, 2017, and 2018 and 2019, the period during which Market Me was involved in Jamaica Moves, the subject matter of the investigation, Dr. Tufton and I only had a professional relationship. Period.
Okay, fair enough. So what you're saying is that before 2016, you had, because you met him in 2011. So you're saying between 2011 and let's say 2015, you had a different relationship. It wasn't professional. And then after 2019, it was no longer, if it was professional, there was another relationship. That's what it seems.
Again, the basis of this interview is about Market Me and not about me.
It is Market Me. It is about you. Here's a problem that is readily observable. You said that 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, your relationship with him was only professional, leaving the impression that before 2016, it was something else. And after 2019, it was something else. So let's take what you're saying at face value, that 2016, 17, 18, and 19, you had only a professional relationship with him. And whatever happened after that, you're saying it's nobody's business, but it's our business because we're investigating this matter for possible conflict of interest. Here is the problem. 2019, you had 3 contracts. May 1st, 2019, August 8th, 2019, July 4th, 2019. So after 2019, it sounds as if you're saying that you had more than a professional relationship, because up to 2019, you said I only had a professional relationship. 2019. But in 2020, June 27, 2020 and July 26, 2020, you received contracts from the ministry. Then you have 2 more contracts in 2021. So you've left out 2 years there. So what are we supposed to think as far as your relationship with the minister is concerned for those 2 years that you received 4 contracts over a 2-year period? What are we supposed to think?
Again, this interview is about Market Me and not about me.
Well, do you consider the minister a friend?
A friend? I know the minister in a professional capacity.
He has described you as a friend. So you're saying that I don't care what he says. I'm telling you that I'm a professional in every sense of the word when I'm around him. He may say I'm his friend. That's his business. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I know the minister in a professional capacity. And whereas we have worked together extensively on Jamaica Moves, we have mutual and cordial relationships.
Miss McDonough, do you understand the nature of direct contracting when you're doing business with the government?
What about it?
Do you understand that for a direct contract means that the government is going to give one person the contract? There is no competitive bidding. It's one person. And there are several reasons for doing that. One of them is emergency, where you say, we need this thing right now, and there's nobody else who can do it except this person. Another is where you say, it's done for research development purposes. In one of your contracts, you mentioned that. It's mentioned that in one of your contracts, it's mentioned that it was for development. What kind of development was that?
The development of the idea of Market Me. Jamaica Moves.
Okay. But that's not what it speaks to. When it speaks to that kind of development, it's talking about like research and development type thing. It's not talking about coming up with a physical activity program. That's not what it's referring to. So how did you get that contract?
Well, I'd like to state that at no point did Market Me or any of its representatives engage in any negotiations directly or indirectly with this individual in relation to any contracts that were awarded.
Is it customary for you to do business with the government on weekends?
I'm sorry?
Yes, no?
Doing business on the weekends?
Yes. Is it customary for you to meet with government officials to do business on the weekend?
I don't understand what you're referring to.
Okay. Let me refresh your recollection. There was a meeting held on a Saturday. And at that meeting, there was at least one official from the Ministry of Health, along with the minister himself. And they met at a different location than at the ministry. And the purpose of that was so that you could talk to this ministry person about your contract. Do you recall that?
Again, I'll state that at no point in time did Market Me or any of its representatives engage in any negotiations directly or indirectly with this individual in relation to any contracts that were awarded.
So you're saying that you would have us believe that you met this man in a professional setting or in a social setting, He's a marketing official, and you are getting involved in marketing, and you never had a conversation with him. You never had a conversation with him. But as soon as he became minister, you turned up on his doorstep. And then negotiations started, resulting in a contract being issued the following year. And followed by 14 more contracts. And you would have us believe that there was nothing going on between you and the minister, because remember, you're under oath. And also remember that there's something called conflict of interest, of which is punishable under the law. And you're saying, no, there's absolutely no conflict. Or you're saying, I don't want to talk about it because it was all about Market Me. But Market Me does not present itself. Somebody has to present Market Me, and that person was you. I know you have a co-owner, but from what we're seeing, you were the person who had most of the conversations with the ministry. So you would have us believe that it had nothing to do with me, it's Market Me, but the company can't walk into the ministry and say, I want to have a meeting. The company has to be represented, and you're you're a co-owner, and the evidence shows that you were the one who had all these conversations, or most of these conversations, with the ministry. So is that what you're the understanding you would have us you would have us walk away with?
I would like for you to understand that there was no substantive involvement of Dr. Tufton to the proposal in question. I merely indicated that the Market Me team conceptualized an idea and wished to share with the ministry.
All right.
And he encouraged that the ministry had an open door policy and was always willing to listen and entertain novel ideas in doing things.
Are you aware that there was another company providing the same services that you provided to the government, and in fact they had contracted with the government? Are you aware of that? That there's another company
you need to be aware of. The government does what the government does. Just know that at no point in time did Market Me or any of its representatives engage in negotiations directly or indirectly with the individual in question.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about the conflict of interest. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the conflict of interest, saying that you got contracts and there is a possibility, based on what you said, that you had your professional relationship. You're saying, you're giving the indication that it ended in 2019, but then we see where you still had 4 contracts, 2 the following year and 2 the year after that. And so the question is, what was your relationship with him then? Why didn't you say, I had a professional relationship with him at all pertinent periods that Market Me was involved with the government? You didn't say that. You stopped at 2019.
Well, as I said before, this is all about Market Me, and you're asking a question that is relative to me personally.
All right. So let me just before we finish up, because we're almost have an half one. Folks, here's the things that Kevin said came straight out of the report. That's what she told them. The questions I asked were the questions, some of them that weren't asked. And let me tell you what else I didn't ask, because one of the things you have to try and prove is that these 2 were involved. They were involved. And if they were involved, it's a crime for her to have received contracts. It was a crime also for him, or at least policy violations for him not to have reported that to the Prime Minister, right? Here is what the Integrity Commission should have done. Because you're trying to prove that these 2 were involved in an illicit relationship. So they should have asked her, were you ever at the University of the West Indies? Were you ever a student? Because you're trying to figure out where did she actually meet him, because she's telling you that she met him in a professional setting, but I'm not bound by what she's telling me. I'm trying to find out the truth. So I want to find out, when did they first met? And because he said he lectured at the university teaching marketing, and because she came up with this marketing thing, then it would make sense to say, well, wait a minute, was she ever a student? Did they meet on campus? Or what happened there? So I would start there. Another thing I would have done is I would have asked for her phone number. I would have gotten her phone number. I would have gotten his phone number. And for that period where she said she met him then, from 2011 up until the end of the contract, till 2022. Right. Till 2022. The contract ended 2021, but I'd go to 2022. What I would do is I would pull the text messages to see what happened between these people. Also, I would do a geolocation, and you can go back and do that to find out where both phones were. Because if the technology shows you that both phones were in the same location at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a week, then what that tells you, that's called a clue. That's what that's called. If he's saying that, if she's saying we had no relation, it was professional, then the question is, well, wait a minute, how come both phones, the phone belonging to you and the phone belonging to him, they're in the same location in the wee hours of the morning on a regular basis? Also, when she told them that the professional relationship went to 2019, that was a second statement. That wasn't her first statement. So if you gave that second statement, I would say, well, wait a minute, but you have more contracts in 2020 and 2021. So are we to assume that then the relationship changed and now you're sleeping with him, if that's the case? Because if that is the case, then both of you are guilty of violating the law and policy. So I would have asked her that. I would have said, you stopped at 2019. So what am I supposed to assume from that? Because there were more contracts. And if you were having a relationship with him, let's say you didn't have a relationship with him from 2016 up to 2019. But let's say you started having a relationship with him in 2020. You were still getting contracts in 2020. So there is a problem. And believe me, folks, the list goes on and on and on. But what I want now, I want Kevin now to ask me now. I'm Minister Tufton. I want Kevin now to ask me. And I'm not going to hear the foolishness come out of the minister's mouth.
So since the stage has already been set, we're jumping right into this. So, Dr. Tufton, good afternoon. Please tell us about your schooling.
Yeah, I went to high school in Jamaica, and I studied overseas, and I received a PhD in marketing, and that's the extent of which I will reveal to you. I went to school in Jamaica, went to school overseas. I'm highly educated, and received a PhD in marketing.
What's your marital status, Dr. Tufton?
My marital status is I'm married, but there are some things. People go through all kinds of things in life, and there are some things, but I'm married.
Okay. Have you ever been an educator? Are you a teacher? Have you ever been a teacher?
Yes. When I came back from the States with my PhD in marketing, I saw it fit to educate the young minds in Jamaica, and the best way I could seek to do that was to be a lecturer. And to that extent, yes, I was a lecturer at the University of the West Indies, teaching marketing to young minds to develop the cadre of marketeers in Jamaica.
To your recollection, was there a Lindsay McDonough as one of your students or faculty member when you were at the University of the West Indies?
Well, look, I taught a lot of people. I taught a lot of people from a lot of countries. And so, to ask me, if a particular person was in my class, I don't recall. And this happened a long time ago. So I don't know how to answer that. I just don't recall having a person by that name in my class.
But you do know who Lindsay McDonough is, correct?
Well, that's a common name. And so, I know a lot of Lindsays. So, I mean, when you say Lindsay McDonough, who are you referring to specifically?
Are you familiar with Market Me? What is your knowledge of it, if you are?
I am familiar with Market Me. Yes.
And what is your knowledge of Market Me?
Market Me came to my attention when back in 2013, somewhere around there, I heard about this proposal for a company to become involved in marketing, and then when I became minister in March, I believe it was March 2016, it came to my attention again.
Who brought it to your attention first in 2013?
2013. It's a friend of mine. It's a friend of mine I met at the running club.
What's the name of that friend?
Her name is Miss McDonald or McDonough, one of those names. Miss Max something. Miss, yeah.
Does she have a first name?
Of course, everybody has a first name. You're asking me if I know the first name?
Do you know the first name?
The lady represented herself as, I think her first initial is L, I think.
So you met her as Miss L. McDonough or Miss Donald, Miss something, Mac something?
No, you had asked me earlier. No, it's coming. I'm recollecting now. The Market Me proposal came to me through this young lady, Miss Lindsay McDonough. You'd asked me if I taught this person or something to that effect, and I told you that I couldn't recall. But no, I do recall that, not that the person was in my class, but that this is a person who brought Market Me to my attention, and that we did meet at a running club in or about 2011.
So you met her in 2011, but don't remember if you taught her or she was a part of your faculty at the University of the West Indies?
You know what? Maybe I should, but honestly, I don't. I don't. I have to, yeah.
So what was the nature of your relationship after meeting her at the running club? When did you say you met her? 2011?
Around 2011, somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay, what was the nature of your relationship?
The relationship, it was professional. I found her to be very resourceful because, the party needed young professionals, and she came in and she was very helpful in that regard.
I'm sorry, with the party?
Yes, the Jamaica Labour Party, yeah.
And how was she involved with the Jamaica Labour Party?
She was at the data center. She used to do a lot of things in the data center. Specifically, I don't know. But she also helped out in my constituents in a professional manner.
So did you meet her at the running club or did you meet her at the data center?
I can't recall. I mean, I've seen her at the data center. We've had functions at the data center. We've had functions at the running club.
When was she at the data center?
When was she there?
Yes. In what period of time?
I don't recall. You mean when she started or when I met her there?
Okay, when did you meet her there?
I met her somewhere around 2011, somewhere around that time frame. Don't hold me to it.
When did you meet her at the running
It's been a
club?
while. It's been a long time, huh?
When did you meet her at the running club?
Somewhere around that time too. That's why I'm saying I'm not quite sure where I met her first. If it was at the running club, because sometimes you see people and you say hi. Some people might consider that a meeting, and some people might not. The running club, the data center. We're not splitting hairs here. I met her 2011.
Okay. What was your relationship with her between 2011 and 2016?
Professional, very professional.
Okay. Between 2016 and 2019, what was the nature of your relationship then?
A very professional relationship. Very professional relationship. She was a pleasure to work with, and she had a very good proposal, something that I was interested in as a new minister, and so I explained to my staff that, concerning the direction I wanted to take Jamaica, because listen, we're a population that is beset by diabetes, hypertension, and other maladies connected to inaction. We don't do enough exercise, even though we have some of the greatest runners and footballers and, we just don't, the ordinary person. So my idea was to get a company that could go out and market this so that we could get people out of the chairs, from sitting down here or spending too much time in bed or whatever, and just come out and, start doing things, because in the end, that is going to benefit the Jamaican government and benefit them as well, because it will be fewer people coming to the hospitals with these issues, because, exercise, as you're aware, is a very good angle to deal with some of these issues. In fact, to deal with them before they even start. So that was my idea. I shared that with my staff, and I said, look, she has a company that's involved with marketing this kind of thing, and that they should extend some courtesies in terms of listening to what she had to say.
How did you know that she had that company?
Because in 2013, she approached me, and as soon as I became a minister, soon thereafter, and that's when we had a conversation, and she explained to me that she had a company, and she just wanted to see if the ministry had any interest in partnering with her company on this initiative to get Jamaican people healthy and strong. And that was my mission. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Do you know what conflict of interest means?
Yes.
What does it mean to you?
Conflict of interest means to me that you in layman's terms, you don't get involved with a contractor. You don't get involved in a relationship with them. And it doesn't have to be, it could be any kind of relationship, essentially, that if they're bidding on a contract or if they're getting a contract, especially from your ministry, that you don't get involved, you distance yourself from it, because otherwise there's a conflict. And the conflict doesn't have to be real. It could be perceived that because I know you, that's why you get the contract. That's
a pretty extensive understanding. So are you aware of the policies and laws against conflict of interest and the consequences?
Well, you know, there's so many laws in Jamaica. You can't know everything. You try your best and you learn as you go along with some of these laws. There's no one person in Jamaica who can tell you honestly that they know every law in Jamaica.
Do you?
Or every law governing there.
Yes, but are you aware of the policies and laws against conflict of interest and the consequences?
I am aware. The ministry played a pivotal role, because what happened, we needed this initiative to start as quickly as possible. And so the ministry made the effort to ensure that the contracts were executed in a timely fashion so that the people of Jamaica could benefit. Because at the end of the day, it's not about me, it's not about Mark, it's not about me or, you know, the young lady who runs the company. It's about the people of Jamaica. It's about getting them active. It's about getting them fit. It's about getting them ready to deal with life without the stress and strain of hypertension and diabetes. It's about getting people to eat properly and exercise.
Okay, Dr. Thompson. Thank you. Quick question. Just tell me, yes or no. Do you think the actions between you and Ms. McDonough breached any policies or law? A quick yes or no would suffice.
Well, look, all I can tell you that I've been vindicated by the Integrity Commission. That's all I can tell you. They looked at it. I mean, your colleagues, they looked at it and they said, look, we're just gonna do a referral. To the speaker. There's nothing there about any breaches of any laws or anything like that. Because otherwise they would have
my question to you, sir. I'm sorry. My question to you, sir, is: do you think that your actions or her actions or the combination of your actions breached any policies or laws? Yes or no?
Well, what I would tell is that there was inaction. It's not action. There was inaction. There's nothing going on there. That's what I would tell you.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
If our actions breach the law
or any policies, yes or no?
Well, remember, I started out telling you that I know that there are laws and there are policies, but I don't know them specifically. So for me to say yes or no would be disingenuous after giving you that answer, because I really don't know what the specifics are. I'd have to go back and look at the specifics, but I don't think we violated anything. But I'd have to go back and look at the specifics.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. You see, folks, what happened here, again, is that Minister Tufton was claiming that he had nothing to do with it. Yet, he told his staff to extend some courtesies to her. He told his staff that he was interested in going a certain direction, and that what they were proposing, they meaning Market Me, that it was in the direction that he wanted to go. And so his staff knew. And then he had a meeting on the weekend. Who does that? A meeting on the weekend with her. Plus, we didn't even get into the different contracts. But here's the thing. For a direct contract, where they give it only to one person, if there's another company that can provide the same services, then there is no direct contract. They have to compete for that. And when she first applied, there was another, I think, company is called OGC or something like that. There's another company that had a contract with, or had contracted with the government. So she shouldn't have gotten that direct contract. She shouldn't have gotten it. And Minister, so while we're pointing out to you the deficiencies with his argument, we're also pointing out to you that the commission failed. There was a dereliction of duty. It failed to follow up or to ask the right question, to conduct a proper investigation, to get to the bottom of this. Because based on her answers, there's enough there to say, look, we need to explore this further. Because if she's saying from 2016 to 2019, we only had a professional relationship, what do you gather from that? She's saying that maybe before that there was something else, maybe after that there was something else. So I would investigate the maybe. Yeah,
the possibilities exist. So let's go and fill in those gaps.
Because she had 4 contracts after the date that she said. And I mean, where is it? We can read it to you where she said, where she gave the dates. She said she met him in 2011 in a professional capacity. He said he met when she managed the data center. He said no, I met her at the running club.
Yeah.
And then she kept saying she kept saying any romantic affiliation, as alleged, is a private matter, right? She said that also that she was advised that she is constitutionally entitled to the right to privacy. Whoever advised her, they gave her I don't know if they told her this, but breaking the law, the privacy right doesn't mean that you can break the law. They can still ask you questions, and then she wasn't under arrest either, because this was done by mail or in written form. She wasn't sitting in front of them, which I found to be interesting, because I would have them sit in front of me and then have them do like what the gentleman do today when him rub him hands like this when the question
nervous.
Yeah, I would have them do that. But she said, so when she said that the romantic affiliation is a private matter and has no bearing on the contractual relationship between Market Me and the ministry, she's completely wrong. Because for conflict of interest, it has everything to do with it. Whether or not there was a romantic relationship there. Then she go on. Then she comes back later and try clean it up. And she said it is important to add the following to the investigation, that in my prior statement, this is what she's saying now, clarity was not brought to an alleged romantic relationship between myself and Dr. Christopher Tufton. So she said, I probably wasn't clear enough, because she realized what she said to them was problematic. She said, I now seek to do so by making it absolutely clear that on or about 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, the period during which Market Me was involved in Jamaica moves, the subject matter of the investigation, Dr. Tufton and I only had a professional relationship. Well, this idea was just say Market Me was involved in Jamaica moves. They may come back and say, well, Jamaica moves wasn't around in 2020 and 20. That's not the issue. The issue is you were getting government contracts. Did you have a relationship with him other than a professional relationship? The whole thing smells. The whole thing smells, because he should have known better. He should have known better. Can the IC reopen this investigation? Colleen James. I suspect because they weren't charged, so there's nothing like double jeopardy or anything like that. If the DPP wanted to, I guess the DPP could say, yeah, I'll step in, I'll take this and run with it. Or the corruption prosecutor, they have to make a referral to him. But the DPP doesn't need a referral. She can just step in and deal with it. But people, I'm telling you, I know this thing is based on the report inside out, and I'm telling you, there is something not right with the relationship between the minister. There's something not right between the minister and this lady. And also there's something not right about how it was investigated. It would appear as if the Integrity Commission just wanted to just kind of just push this to the side and just get it over and done with. They just didn't want to get involved because it would have been nasty or whatever. But that's your job. Ask the right questions, conduct the right investigation. And they didn't. OT says statute of limitation. If they're looking at it from a corruption standpoint, there is no statute of limitation on corruption in Jamaica. There isn't. So, look, there's so much more we could go into, but in the interest of time, Kevin and I rushed through it. Maybe we'll come back to this one another time. But we're not going to stop with this thing, because we still haven't gotten to the two contracts yet. Yeah, and it's important for you to understand the nature of these two contracts, because the way those contracts were issued, I guarantee you a lot of contracts will be issued now in the redevelopment of the western part of Jamaica. A lot of these same contracts will be issued. A lot of them, right? And we just need to know who, when, where, why, what, how. Because the money that's coming in is not for the politician. That money is for the people of Jamaica. And we can see already that it's not working out for the Jamaican people. So again, people, I urge you, because we have less than 5 minutes. I urge you, go out, or you don't have to go out. you can stay home and register and vote.
Yep.
Register and vote. And the second thing is, put a little something aside and mark on your calendar December 8th. Because on that day, we'll know whether that little something you put on the side will be used towards an appeal. That's what so those two things I need you to remember. Remember to register and vote, and remember to put a little something on the side, because we're going to appeal in the event that the judge give an adverse ruling to the principle that the constituted authority has no right to weigh the evidence before it. The only thing it has to do is, once they see the affidavit, they look at the four corners of the document, and once they see somebody saying that this happened, then the only thing they have to do is to move it on to the court. And then also what we want is, we're coming back to Dr. Tufton, because here's why Dr. Tufton is so important. Dr. Tufton is, based on what I'm being told, is lining up to be the next prime minister in the event that the election is declared null and void, the election between Mr. Paul Buchanan and Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Because once it's declared null and void, there is no prime minister. He's gone. He's gone. So big up yourself, Don. Marilyn Fletcher said, great show, gentlemen. I'm in awe of your presentation. We try around here. We try, Marilyn. Sorry, said Marilyn, Marilyn. We try.
Even when it's not arranged, we.
Yeah, it wasn't arranged. We never practiced at all. We didn't practice. So Kevin asked the right questions, and I give some shifty answers. And I asked Kevin something, and Kevin wouldn't ease off at the point, saying that it has nothing to do with Market Me, and I have nothing to do with Market Me and the contracts with the ministry. It's like, my personal life is my personal life, and this has nothing to do with it. So, and so when they're standing their ground like that, it's the responsibility of the commission to come in and do what is necessary to unravel this thing and present it to the public. So, indeed. All right, Kevin, you can start up the music. Hey, want to thank Kevin, producer Joan, producer OT, and everybody involved with this little production. Yeah, you're gonna see more of this, people, because when we do this, it resounds better with you than if we just read the thing and put up the document. But when you see the interaction going, then I can see people thinking, I say, no man, Kevin a lie. Adam said, Tufton a lie. Because when me a lie, Adam said, no, Miss McMahon a lie. So you can see what's going on. And remember, a lot of the things you heard today came straight out of the report. So we provided the report to you. You didn't have to read it. Thank you. Join me at 10 o'clock tonight. We have a special show. 70s and 80s.
I'm up right now, Reggae Global Radio and the Global Base TV. And you might as well just stay, because that's where the rebel will be. Yeah, I'll take care. Guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up bright. We will fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. To from himself of all lies, running. I defend the people themselves.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon her homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.